All right. Let us rise upon the seven and give all praises to the great God of lies. We open up the way, Moorish kin. We are live streaming. All right, brother. Peace and love, brother Marvin Edwards Bay. You have the floor. Mubatu, you may proceed.
Gratitude. Yes, I'm Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay, Consul General of the Texas Consulate, giving all praise to the great God of Allah, giving the highest honors to his prophet, and giving honors to our government, officials, and everything that's Moorish. And I'll be opening up in our Cometian Adept, Moorish American prayer. Ya Allah abnuhiru meku netiru. Ya Allah abhedhuru. Ya Allah ma'at haru. Ya Allah hoteparu. Ya Allah haru. Ya Allah ma'at herkuti. Ya Allah oh jet de juti. Ya Allah pertem sutek pertem haru. Ya Allah bamaduti. El hedges ray up to Ali. Amen. Alias, alias, alias. In transliteration, O Allah, the Father of the universe. O Allah, the Father of love. O Allah, the Spirit of truth. O Allah, the Spirit of peace. O Allah, the Spirit of freedom. O Allah, the Spirit of justice. O Allah, you are my protector. O Allah, you are my guide. O Allah, you are my salvation by night and by day. O Allah, through your holy prophet. O Allah, Juali. Amen. Holy Issa. Holy Issa. Holy Issa. And I'll be reading the chapter of the week. 1 second. The chapter of the week is chapter 28. God Morris. One moment. Okay. Yehoshua passes the second brotherhood test.
Islam, brother E.A.R.S Bay.
Yes, ma'am. You can't hear me?
Yes. Do you want to do the Constitution and the bylaws first?
Yeah. Am I supposed to do the Constitution? Oh yeah, that's right.
And then
yeah.
I'll do the chapter of the week. Islam.
Okay, hold on.
Gratitude.
Oh, I gotta get my Okay, Islam was I got things a little discombobulated here. Okay. Salvation, our God, unity. More sign. Oh no, this is okay. The divine constitution and bylaws. The Grand Sheik and the Chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce law with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and is known before the citizens of Moorish America. Act 2, the bylaws, Act 2. All meetings are to be opened and closed promptly, according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest, because on a Friday, the first man was born in flesh, and on a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended into his Father God Allah. Oh, pardon 7 more, 1 second. I get my glass.
Islam, do you? I'll finish up where you left off, brother. Is that all right?
Yeah, that'll be great, cause I'm reading out of the examination. Okay, gratitude.
Islam, I'll start from the top. It says, Salvation, our God, unity, the divine constitution of Moorish America. Act 1. The Grand Sheikh and the Chairman of Moorish America are empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of Moorish America. The Assistant Grand Sheikh is to assist the Grand Sheikh in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and it is known before the citizens of Moorish America. The bylaws. Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle of Seven and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is a holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all citizens of Moorish America. No citizen is to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All citizens must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all citizens must obey the laws of the government, because by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of this said government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. No organization of Moorish America is to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of this said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all citizens must proclaim their nationality, and we are teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of this said government, and know that they are not Negroes, color folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Drew Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites, whom inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All citizens must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and a partial of all uplifting acts of Moorish America. Moorish Americans must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of Moorish America, and then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become a part of the uplifting of fallen humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet Noble Drew Ali through the guidance of his father God Allah. Prophet Noble Drew Ali, peace be upon him, founding father and framer of the divine constitution and bylaws of Moorish America. Peace. And with this, I would like to turn the meeting over to Dendra Ania Kurtabay for her portion of the meeting. Islam.
Islam. Gratitude, God, man. Islam. I am Divine Minister Dr. Dendra Ani Akurtabay. First, let me rise and give praises to our great God Allah. I give honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I give honors to Act 1. I give honors to all my government officials, and I give honors to our host, our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, for this wonderful class this morning. I will be reading from our chapter 28, coming from our Holy Quran. Yehoshua passes the second brotherhood test. Justice. The Logos did not care to rest. He said, "Why wait in this luxurious room? I need not rest. My Father's work upon me presses hard. I would go on and learn my lessons all. If there are trials, let them come, for every victory over self gives added strength." And then the guide led on. And in a chamber dark as night was Yehoshua placed and left alone. And days were spent in this deep solitude. And Yehoshua slept. And in the dead of the night, a secret door was opened. And in priest attire, two men came in, each carrying in his hand a little flickering lamp. Approaching Yehoshua, one spoke out and said, "Man, our hearts are grieved because of what you suffer in these fearful dens, and we have come as friends to bring you light and show the way to liberty. We once, like you, were in these dens confined, and thought that through these weird, uncanny ways we could attain to blessedness and power. But in a lustful moment, we were undeceived, and making use of all our strength, we broke our chains. And then we learned that all this service is corruption in disguise. These priests are criminals just hid away. They boast of sacrificial rites they offer to their gods and burn them while alive. Poor birds and beasts, yea, children, women, and men. And now they keep you here, and at a certain and now they keep you here, and at a certain time may offer you in sacrifice. We pray you, brother, break your chains. Come go with us, accept of freedom while you may. And Yehoshua said, "You little tapers, show the light you bring. Pray, who are you? The words of man are worth no more than is the man himself. These temple walls are strong and high. How gain you, Law family? These walls are strong and high. How gain you entrance to this place?" The men replied, "Beneath these walls are hidden ways, and we who have been priests spent months and years within these dens and know all of them." "Then you are traitors," Yehoshua said. "A traitor is a friend who betrays another man, is never man to trust. If one has only reached the plane of treachery, he is a lover of deceit and will betray a friend to save himself. Behold, you men, or whatsoever you be, your words fall lightly on my ears. Could I prejudge these 100 priests, turn traitor to myself and them, because of what you say when you confess your treachery? No man can judge for me, and if I judge before testimony all is in, I might not judge aright. Nay, men, by whatsoever way you came, return. My soul prefers the darkness of the grave to little flickering light like these you bring. My conscience rules. What these my brothers have to say, I will hear, and when the testimony all is in, I will decide. You cannot judge for me, nor I for you. Be gone, you men, be gone, and leave to me this charming light. For while the sun shines not, within my soul there is a light surpassing that of sun and moon." Then, with an angry threat that they would do him harm, the vile tempters left, and Yehoshua was alone. Again, the white robed priest appeared and led the way, and Yehoshua stood again before the hierophant, and not a word was said, but in his hand the master placed a scroll on which the word justice was inscribed. And Yehoshua was the master of the phantom forms of prejudice and of treachery. Islam, Islam, Islam. We will now turn it back over to our host, our National Assistant Grand Chief. Islam.
Islamism. But let us rise upon the seven and give all praises to the great God Allah, Father God Allah, and honors to his holy prophet, honors to our holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere, and therefore honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our Holy Prophet brought to make us a nation. Oh man, we want to welcome, our Egyptian adept scribes, temple scribes, of perfection, so to speak. We give honors to your Moorish kin, the high priest and the high priestess. Our high priestess says, we give honors to all of you for your work and your due diligence. And I'm your host instructor this morning, Dr. Shahid Imani Al-Mohadi Shabazz El. And my ancient comedian high name is Dr. Shedawar Minti El Muhajid Shepsewell. We have a grand drawing to bring on the manifest, as always, being that we have come through a maze, so to speak, of linguistic journey. We have arrived at a level now to where we can really get down into the essence of these special drawings and begin to put the pieces, of the puzzle back together, so to speak. And so what we want to do before I go further into this special measure, as we always do, we always want to start in my particular beginning of opening up another session, a reading from the Book of Fire. We can get 3 more to read from the Book of Fire. All is well. We got a grand measure to bring on the manifest this morning. So this is going to be a great session, family. Islamism, we look forward to everyone in their participation and everything they have to bring forth. So we'll be coming from the page, starting with the page in the Book of Fire, 188, where it starts the infinite works of the ancient Moabites. And we'll end up stopping on page 195. And that will be actually above where it states when the Moors were sinners. So Islam. Okay, that's Brother Marvin L. Bell. You ready, Grand Man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm ready. Gratitude.
Pardon. Oh, you all right, brother. All is well. All is well. And let me see. Our brother Bati Bay is on the manifest as well. So, Brother Marvin Evans Bay, you can start with the infinite works of the Moabites on page 188. And you can go over to, I want to make sure I equally distribute this demonstration. Okay, yeah. You can actually go over to the area with 191 above the Arabian defacement of the Moors. You can stop there.
Gratitude.
Okay, Islam and Brother Bati Bey, you can pick up on Arabian and European defacement of the Moors, and you can take us over to right above where it states another hiding of the Moors, and that's on page 193 where you will stop.
Islam,
and we get one more. We get that last. All right, Sister Dendra. Okay, so we'll start with you from another hiding of the Moors, and you will go over to page 195, and you'll stop above when the Moors were sinners.
Islam. All right.
Oh yeah, gratitude. Islam, Moors.
Islam. Dr. Marvin Evans Bay out of the Texas Consulate, rising, giving all praise to the great God Allah, giving highest honors to his prophet, our prophet, Noble Drew Ali, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali. Give honors to our theocratic government, our Moorish American government. Give honors to our Act 1. I give high honor to all of our officials. Give honors to this class, our E.A.R.S class, our Egyptian ADEPTUS Research Sultanate class. And what I give honors to you, Dr. Shedawar Minti El Muhajid Shepsewell, our host and instructor of our E.A.R.S class, and for all those that aided in bringing forth this class this morning. And I give honors to everything that's Moorish, our flag, our seal, our emblem, our divine constitution, our holy Quran, our book of Ali, our 101, 102s, our exhument of a nation, All of our divine revelations I give honor. Give honor to the forerunner, Dr. Marcus Moshe Gabriel, as well as I give honor to our ancestors, whose shoulders we stand upon. That includes the tribe of endurance, Islam, and I shall begin infinite works of the ancient Moabites when we were angels. Question: what is an angel? Answer: an angel is a thought of Allah manifested in human flesh. Question: what is the everlasting gospel? Answer: it is a saving power that comes from Allah through our ancient fathers by his prophet. 61. Question: what is the modern name for those angels? Answer: HIERATICs. Question: what is the shade of their skin? Answer: olive. Question: are the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Answer: yes. We all have the same father and mother. It is difficult for people to see their perfection from a wretched perspective or to realize their own godliness from the hopelessness of a slave state, only because some blind person told them that they were not perfect. Um, pardon self, only because some blind person told them that they were not perfect. Yet, in the heart of every member of the human family speaks a voice which remembers they are made from a perfect source. The mind of man, unlike the computer made in its likeness, cannot forget. See Moore's Holy Quran, the soul of man. When man goes back in mind into the land of fleshless things, where things are made of thought, what he recalls is when we were angels. Noble Drew Ali, when applying the word ancient, is referring to the state when we were gods. This was when our ancient forefathers' will was not strong enough to break the ethers of life from their native planes, which were in harmony with Allah. Most Holy Quran 11:31. They were consciously aware of their relationship to the cherubim and seraphim and other angels. Most Holy Quran chapter 1. See chapter 1. Being spirits, they would transmute in and out of any form of deific life and manifest at will. Their mission was to master and name, parentheses, give a true attribute summation, all form of deific life and will and pardon self and hold up. Their mission was to master and name, give a true attribute summation, all things of the earth's land and universe. With his force of love divine, he could enter the essence of every plant, bird, fish, beast, or creeping thing without becoming that life. He named everything because every life thing was a deity made flesh. He named each once and did so in accordance to the totality of its character and purpose, and each within its nature was in harmony with Allah. That name was a perfect description of that special life form. To this day, these works made man lord of every kingdom to every plane of life. He knew himself and was himself the executive ruler and vicegerent of all worlds seen and unseen. He governed with the highest powers of his native plane: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. This is called God's grace, or the circle of life. Appendix, Most Holy Quran, chapter 1 and 11. It was from this lofty estate he used the keys of civilization. The Egyptians in the monuments misnomered the Sphinx, preserved the eras of godly events by the ancient ones called time travelers by modern man. The godhead of an ancient man coming out of the body of a lion was captured from the plane of thought and carved in 65-foot high stone nearly the length of a football field. The Egyptian adepts also knew man, spirit man, was as perfect as the source from which he came and could never die, but indeed would return in another era in other olive skinned bodies. When we appeared in our first physical form, which carnal man called this event Adam, and we fell into a lesser state of divinity, ungodly thoughts of the sluggish will, which is known as fallen humanity. See Adam and Eve. The human part we called Asiatic, which means earthbound or to mother's breast, and our true higher self we called Muslim. The latter is our total recall of will to be in harmony with our creative plane, which at times we call the great God. Number 94. These assignments and greater occurred when we were angels doing the work of God. Number 80, 38 and 39. When Muslims were themselves a brief Moorish history. True history will reflect eras when Africans were the first to inhabit the earthland. For this reason, to this very day, his birthplace is called the Holy Lands because it's where the God self was first formed in human flesh, outside the then Eden. The rest of the earthland he called Asia. Question: who were Adam and Eve? Answer: they are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatics and Muslims. Where did they go? They went into Asia. What is the modern name given to their children, Asiatics? These events occurred before the cataclysm, which Drew Ali called the Great Earthquake, which created the Atlantic Ocean. The Great Atlantic Ocean, Moorish Holy Quran 47:7. The continent of what is now called Africa was the centrifugal birthplace and the divine origin of the Asiatic nations, Moorish Holy Quran chapter 25. Allah originated all Asiatic nations. The pale-skinned man, through ancient Moorish scientists, was later cloned by these African gods after themselves. However, the man-made man, could not be originated with a heart, the spirit heart, and possessed an inanimate center. Hence, the earthbound character and chemical makeup of the hueless ones came to be the destructive and warlike nature, which was inharmonious, diseased, and reproach to the sun and omnipotencies of life. Yet they too were shadows of deities made with flesh. Because of their detachment from the truth, God, the pale-skinned people and those who accepted their teachings were cast out of the Holy Land and imprisoned into the cloud-covered mountains and lands of Eurasia, where they remained until the advent of Moses. Still, until this day, the nations of Europe will rather make a false claim of an ancestral origin to the monkeys of Africa before acknowledgement by their Moorish creators. See Adam and Eve, Freemasonry. People with short memories of those suffering from selective amnesia do not understand the reason why the Holy Lands today are European orchestrated war lands is because it is their final effort to bury the history and gods that created them. Regardless to that prehistory story, pre his story of the Europeans, the families, tribes, and nations of Asiatics began from the holy birthlands to form themselves kingdoms around the globe. Other Asiatics from these lands inhabited India, Persia, China, Japan, Australia, Arabia, Iraq, North, Central, and South America, and all islands of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. All these were melanin drenched brethren of the Sunni man, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 47. These holy lands of sun-kissed peoples of olive hues extended from the upper Nile northward through the valleys of Kemet, Egypt, lands through today's Mecca, Jerusalem, and Moab of Canaan. It was these ancient Moabites who were the founders of the holy city of Mecca. Moorish Holy Quran 45:2. These came, then came the name Sunni, which means original or first. Also, the Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, they were founders and the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. It was the Moorish, a seafaring people which had circumscribed the continent of Africa over 10,000 years ago. In fact, during the reign of Necho II, the gods of the Nile had circumnavigated Amexem, circumnavigated the entire continent and drew maps so accurate until it looked like an aerial view of today. This is when the name Amexem, the first true and divine name of the continent, got its rise. They named every continent, sea, mountain, and waterway. It must be remembered, above all else, the entire earthland was given to the torchbearers of civilization. The ancient Moabites are homeowners of this planet mud. Question: what is the covenant of the great God Allah? Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the earthland, which the Lord thy God, Allah, hath given thee. The Moorish are not renters, squatters, gypsies, or nomads. They hold the title to their vast estate within each heart. The renters on earth are those who believe their life begins and ends in earth. They exist discordant to the harmonies of life, which breed justice, mercy, love, and right. Question 69, 70, 73. This is why it took a holy prophet to remind the Moorish the key of our civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations. Moorish Holy Quran 45:2. The Moorish know the earth's pulse and lifelines which breathe life from Allah. This is why they built major upward structures upon the pulses to ensure harmonious long life. For example, pyramids, ziggurats, and the great river mounds of North America along the Mississippi River, from Louisiana to the Great Serpent Mound in Ohio up to the lakes. To this day, these mounds alone are proof of the Moorish indigenous status to the continental Americas. Noble Drew Ali taught the Moors, she, the earth is your home, and gave you the body from her womb The universe, as far as your eyes can see, is just a road to your vast estate. But this is a new age, and the spirit of Aquarius has already made her debut on higher thought activity among men in flesh. Today, there are many to the families of nations, each claiming a portion of land named after themselves. And although this is not man's final abode, without a doubt, nationality is the order of the day. It is not strange this nationality was a key deprivation to the Moorish enslavement. It is not equally strange every person on earth has a nationality except those descendants of slaves still in the United States of America. Nationality is the axis that pivots all governments. It sustains comity among the nations, for the former families of the earth are now reorganized as nations, even to the smallest tribe as the Pequot Nation of the Connecticut River. Foxwood Casino et al. Are only about 500 citizens, small by comparison, but still a nation. It is sad but true. NBC are 60 million strong, authors estimate. But if you see 50 or more together for a duration exceeding 12 hours, it's because they are attending church or some other festival. Chinese make up about 25% of the Earth's population, with about 1,150,000,000 still a nation. The continent of Africa is home to 53 countries totaling hundreds of nations. So-called black people of North America are nearly 60 million strong, yet not a nation. And the only one not attached to the families of the nations is there in the Opah itself. And okay, let me read this from the beginning. So-called black people of North America are nearly 60 million strong, yet not a nation, and the only one not attached to the families of nations. Is there something in error with this picture? Authors note the Moorish is 60 million when they count themselves. Their enemy will always generously record them 3/5 of their whole. Everyone is descended from forefathers and born into a nation. Nations are determined by the genealogy of the parents and the sovereignty in which they are born. The foundations of this acceptance and recognition is a necessity spurned from the global expansion of the human race in accordance to their national vine and fig tree. More simply, more simply put, your nationality is your branch to the family tree of nations, and the free national name from which you are recognized. One's nationality is one's true identity. No one can honestly deny that, as the label on the face of a product identifies the item for the consumer, like so, a nationality identifies the total character of a nation. As no one will see the value of an improperly named product, likewise, no nation has genuine trust for an improperly labeled people. The one free national name of a nation is not accidental words that just happen to pop up into the minds of people. Such historical name often derives from the lands of origin, patriotic forefathers, and incorporates the divine and natural ethnology of an special people. This is why Noble Drew Ali, an angel of Allah, declared, "This is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. Act 6. What government on earth recognizes the Negro, black, and colored as a people? The question remains, who are the Moorish Americans? How can they have the continuity of a nation and not be known? Actually, the Moorish existence has undergone a massive European Arabian historical burial, especially during the periods between 1398 and 1998. There are 66 books compiling the Bible. 39 of these house the Old Testament, which itself is founded upon books taken from the Jewish holy book called the Torah. The majority of the books to the Old Testament reflect the historical and prophetic accounts from the 12 tribes of Israel, known collectively as Hebrew. Basically, it is their story that covers the time period from 3700 BC to 168 BC. Moorish history predates biblical history in excess of 5 million years. Wow. By no accurate claim is the Bible the only historical account of the human family. It is not the true beginning. Therefore, it is not the word of the great God. In fact, it is not even the word of the Hebrews, but the word of the Greeks of Europe. See religion. It is a sign of a major prophet to leave a book containing the portion of the one truth brought through his people at that time. There are many books omitted from the Bible for various reasons, mainly because no prophet brought the Bible, nor was it ordained by the great God to be bound into a book. Indeed, each book was brought to a nation called tribes by their prophet for their salvation and comity. The foundation of the Bible, known first as the Septuagint, Greek Biblios, was the Greeks' translation of the Hebrew holy books. This was during a time when Greek had become the official language of Palestine. Why is Palestine and pale skin harmonious? Noble Drew Ali speaks of this period. Question: why did Allah send Yehoshua to this earth? Answer: to save the Israelites from the iron hand oppression of the pale skinned nations of Europe who were governing a portion of Palestine at that time. The greatest omitted cover up throughout the Bible through this Greek connection was the presence of the African peoples and the Moabite Canaanite genealogy of Yehoshua. Yet, these olive skinned tribes and nations found dated over 90% of Bible history. Also, these readers who are Bible oriented, it would help them. Pardon self. Also, for those readers who are Bible oriented, it would help them if they would notice more closely every beget, or begotten therein are through a national descent of tribal name, not by color or label. This explains why there are no Negro, colored, or black folks in the Bible or pre-United States history. Only the pale-skinned Gentiles of the effect are the exception. In fact, the purpose of translation of the nations part itself. In fact, the purposes of translation of the advent of the prophet of the lessons part itself. Man, let me reread that, Morris. In fact, the purposes of translation of the nations of Europe were removing the great moral, historical, and ancestral sinews of the biblical characters. They were completely cut off from obtaining many other books and over half the life of Yehoshua, 18 missing years, until the advent of the prophet Noble Juali in Egypt. Actually, the prophet of Allah revealed the reason these lessons, the genealogy of Yehoshua with 18 years of events, life, works, and teachings in India, Europe, and Africa. Okay, actually, the prophet of Allah revealed the reasons these lessons, the genealogy and of Yehoshua with 18 years of events, life, works, and teachings in India, Europe, and Africa. These events occurred before he was 30 years of age, which were secret lessons for all those who loved Yehoshua. Have not been known is because the Muslim of India, Egypt, and Palestine had these secrets and kept them back from the outside world. Moorish Holy Quran, page 3. Naturally, King James, estranged forefather of the notorious Frank and Jesse James, and his Shakespearean posse were the chief purloiners of the Moorish existence in the Bible. But there is no death to truth. Although man may disguise it for a minute, so the Moabites from Adam through Boaz by Ruth to Yehoshua are there for the secrets of truth. Trace their three nationalities for the facts. Islam?
Islam. My name is Dr. Tara Ampuani Bati Bey. First, I'd like to rise and give all manner of praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, Mufti, citizens alike, honors to all the Moors that are here and paying attention. Honors to this platform and our Harufat and these lessons, Islam. I begin the Arabian European defacement of the Moors. It is always a shocking awakening when anyone views the so-called African American historical slave trade down the nose of Arabian culture. What most NBC people fail to realize, especially those who have so blindly rushed the rafts of their hearts into the swamps of what they think is Orthodox Sunni Islam, a person would find it about as difficult to separate Arabs from trading in slavery of Africans as deciphering wet from water. Although Africans are the paternal fathers and mothers of the people of ancient Havilah, Arabia, the geology of their sun-kissed parents have been openly despised into a caste system of perpetual dehumanization. For many centuries, long before the compiling of the first Bible and the lofty advent of Muhammad, the prophet, the commercial trade routes centered in the goddamn desert of Arabia were littered open air markets, traveling traders and businessmen to and from the known world. Naturally, profits breed greed, which creates massive egos that leads to theft and murder. Nothing and no one were exempt from being sold or brought. Commodities, livestock, women, children, and men. While it is true Muhammad chose Islam from among the African religions for his people of Arabia, the new Arab converts, Muslims, would only lay down their lust for trading during Salat prayers. Outside the collective 30 to 40 minutes of day mandatory prayers, the kidnapping, dehumanizing, and selling of Africans has been considered a part of Arabia's gross national product. In fact, what is undoubtedly suffered as slavery by today's American NBCs has been a natural part of Arabia's psyche. To the most upright Arab Muslim, the enslavement of infidels is a moral obligation above all others human excuses. To sell their African brethren has been dementedly understood as doing the will of Allah. For those who don't know, it was the old Arab traders that taught the Roman popes and their posse of Christian crusaders the art of African trading. From the 1920s to the 1900s to 1990s, these Arab peddling art this Arab peddling art of direct sales by horse and wagons was so widely used in most urban cities and rural communities for the selling of everything from seafood to dry goods until most NBC communities so widely used in most urban cities and rural communities for the selling of everything from seafood and dry goods until most NBC communities collectively called these business Arabian. They would yell, "Get your watermelon red to the rhyme." Beyond the world's greatest kept secret of the worldwide suppression of missing 18 years of Yehoshua's life, purposely omitted from the Bible, and the mysteries of the true identity of the so-called African Negro black Africans, the Arabs during the 25 centuries are clearly the foremost authority in the lucrative business of African slave trading. Nobody wants to dialogue about the topic. It is considered politically incorrect for Western world powers to divulge the Arab influence into the internal affairs, and somehow it has become an unsung secret hidden well beneath the First Amendment, freedom of religion, to reveal Arabian contributions to the denationalization of the West Africans so they could be reduced into slavery as Negro, Black, and colored people. Denationalization is the true legal definition hidden within the 3/5 clause of the United States Constitution and the word person, as used in its 14th Amendment. Noble Drew Ali said every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact they did not honor the principles of the forefathers. But what makes the children of Arabia such great slavers of so many African nations? When the old time religion was first introduced through Prophet Muhammad as Islam, its light revealed Meccan's Arabian merchants as expert slave traders. Today, most Muslims will speak loudly about Bilal as being the first convert to Islam under Prophet Muhammad's dispensation. Did I mention Bilal was a slave from the East African kingdom of Abyssinia, Ethiopia? Brother Bilal was in fact an Abyssinian national, but also a slave in the markets of Mecca. Prior to the resurrection of Islam, there was no mistaking the tribal origin of Bilal because he was of such ripe olive dark skin until his hands was the same sun-kissed hue on both sides. This African national, in the light of Muhammad, is the most renowned Muslim in the history of modern Islam. One would think with all the Islamic holy smoke of piety, Bilal would be the last African subjected to Arabian slavery, right? Wrong. Arabs are addicted to the enslaving of spiritual human beings. Historically, Africans have been the preferred delicacy for this grotesque Arabian appetite. It is the so-called ex-slave American Muslim converts who are completely ignorant of this nearly 3,000-year-old predator that now comes under the holy cloak of Al-Islam. It is in the chameleonic nature of any man or a people without the knowledge of their self to assume any surviving role of their environments. Acceptance of the very marks NBC firmly implies, I have no idea who I am. Still, it does not take a master historian to see the infinite grace and force of Islam, the world's first religious creed. Has never changed the old Arab lust for enslaving Africans. Actually, Islam has been used by Arabs to subjugate the earth's population into either an Arabian thought pattern or be classified as infidels, Iblis, or Shaitan, to be looked down at as being 6 inches lower than a whale turd. Superstitious Arabia thinks a non-Arab cannot be worthy of being a true Orthodox Sunni Muslim. This is why Noble Drew Ali instructs to think not with Arabia. The underlying point to be made here is this. Bilal was not the last East African to be enslaved through Arabia, not by a long shot. Who were the Sids of India? The Shadis, pronounced Shadis, of India are descendants of East African slaves, sometimes servants, sailors, merchants, and Muslims returning from the Hajj that had been captured, transported by boat, and sold to Hindu Indian prince by Muslim Arab tradesmen. From the early 15th century of pre-Muhammadan years to the 15th century, long before the sailing of the first African slave ships to America, the Arabs, now with the Holy Quran in hand, were selling indigenous people of East Africa as slaves to India. The Sidis, India, and the Negroes, blacks, and colored people of North America have a lot more in common than any other people in the history of mankind enslaving man. Like the NBC, the Sidis have no memory of African ancestry or tribal lineage. They have lost all knowledge that all members of the human family are those bearing one free national name. Both people, although a half globe apart, have been denationalized, socially prostituted, and permanently rejected as alien citizenry at the abolishment of their institution of slavery. Needful to say, the Arab thieves who stole them treasured monetary profits far more than the future of the human prey. Author's notes: the truth of Arabian insensitivity towards their darker-skinned African brothers is the hardest lesson to teach the NBC, especially those who have converted to what they think is Islam and know everything about Arabia, from Arabic to Prophet Muhammad, yet have no knowledge of their nationality, self, inheritance, or people. Without these divine and natural rights, the so-called African Americans are a sheep fatted for re-enslavement via Islam. The African Aborigines of the Indian subcontinent are the first true indigenous inhabitants of what is now called India. Drew Ali refers to them in his questionnaire under the African epoch of Adam and Eve. They are the mothers and fathers of the human family went into Asia. See appendix. As are most Africans, the Negrito tribespeople were very ripe, dark olive-skinned with woolly hair. Some are found today in the hills of the interiors of India. The current inhabitants, with varying degrees of melanin and straighter hair derived through amalgamating with immigrant Dravidians, Aryans, Huns, Mongols, Arabs, and Greeks. We cannot omit the injected strain by the British, Portuguese, and French. Needful to say, Africans from East Egypt to Tripoli and Algiers, coupled with merchants sailing from China, Japan, Ormuz, Bengal, and the Orient, made India a cultural melting pot many centuries before the Europe discovery of America. Another origin of the Shadis is many of them were originally from northern Nigeria, but were later kidnapped upon returning from their Hajj, a required at least once in the Muslim lifetime pilgrimage to Mecca by Arab. Who else? Slave traders. The Nigerian government reported these non-defective losses after many of their nationals did not return from the sacred Hajj. The chief Islamic government of Saudi Arabia has hosted the Hajj since the era of Muhammad. To say these disappearances of African souls into Arabian soil are mere coincidence after due diligence consideration of the Arabian African slave trade history is to deny the little boy with the Quran hidden behind his back is also the one who threw the rock. Noble Drew Ali, the first Muslim to lawfully bring Islam into the United States. Let me repeat that again. Noble Drew Ali, the first Muslim to lawfully bring Islam into the United States, cautioned the ex-slaves of America, if you are not careful, your own brother will enslave you again. The Arabian slave masters featured the eastern seaboard African slave trade several centuries before the great Ma'afa of the Atlantic program of West African nationals. In fact, the greater part of African Shadis slave trade placed the taste of sweet honey in the rock into the mouths of the future world's most renowned slavers from Portugal, Britain, France, and Holland. On the other side of that coin, the Arabs are revealed plainly before the face of Islam as having full knowledge of the denationalizing genocide into which they had sold their African brothers. The evil mechanisms of systemized chattel slavery can literally make an entire people vanish from the face of the earth. Still, at the same time, leave this shell of a nation free to walk amongst upright men under the assumption of equality. The denationalization of human beings is both sinful and criminal. The horror of any denationalization process is its main objective to systematically obscure or eradicate the true identity of its victims. To denationalize a person or a people is equivalent to skinning them, thus leaving them alive yet marked, isolated from all other nationals and vulnerable to every harmful condition because their skinning was performed under the color of law. The denationalized believe they have the same protection as those with skin. Drali describes the status in a 1928 address. In all other governments, when a man is born and reared, there and asked his name and national descent and fails to give it, he is misused, imprisoned, or exiled. Any group of people that fails to answer up to the constitutional standard of law by name and principle, because to be a citizen of any government, you must claim your free national name and descent, because they place their trust upon issues and names that are not a part and partial of, neither were they formed by their forefathers. The Arabian lust for money, heritage, and power has rendered them completely insensitive to civil and inalienable rights of all non-Arabs, especially Africans. Therefore, they care less as to what happens to their victims once sold into slavery. It is the nature of black market dealers, e.g., drugs, weapons, slaves, etc., to completely detach themselves from the merchandise once it has been sold for the agreed price. After all, the products was either purchased by them at a lesser price or stolen for the sole purpose of profit. The Shadis, although mostly found in the western India state of Gujarat, the village of Jamber, deep in the Gir forest, is one of the more exclusive Shadid settlements. Through the centuries, the Shadids have become divided among themselves and are known as Shadids Kafirs and other misnomers. Shadids, like the NBCs, are sewn into the hymns of social fabric as irresponsible, lazy, naturally athletic, and above all, not worthy of trust. The government of India, similar to the United States or USA, accepts expects the denationalized ex-slave community to change their pending current political, social, and financial status by conforming to the status quo. Basically, the Shadis are commonly known as the untouchables and are literally treated accordingly. This means no upright citizen would dare contaminate themselves by touching a Shadid. If they have something to give to them, it is always tossed on the ground for them to pick up after the giver is a safe distance away. Knowing this is like expecting the ass to catch up with the carrot that has been purposely placed within its sight but outside its reach. This is impossible. This is until they grow their own skin. Speaking of skin, the skin game known as the Varna or color system was enacted during the reign of Akbar, the Mughal emperor of India. Some historians, unbeknownst of the 16th century evil, thought Jim Crow and apartheid was rooted in European America and South Africa. Actually, the Sadis could rewrite the book on the history of segregation. Islam, Islam, Islam. I'd like to turn this meeting over to Dendra Nia Kurtabay for whole person. Islam.
Islam, Islam. Dr. Dendra Nia Kurtabay, honors has already been given. Another hiding of the Moors. Make no mistake about it, the greatest hiding of the Moors is the mental slavery, which shields them away from being themselves. Another hiding of the Moors came in the shadows of the Arabian conquest of Africa, which was heavily interwoven with their spread of their cultist version of Islam. Nationally and religious vanity had overtaken Arabia virtually as soon as the Holy Prophet Muhammad left his body of flesh, 632 AD. The Arabian version of Islam was not practiced the same as originally taught to Muhammad by the angelic Egyptian adept, adept referred to as the angel Gabriel. Pure Islam is obviously to set and carnal boundaries. Yet today there are Sunni, Shiites, Sufis, Moorians, Nation of Islam, named among the many. Ironically, not one of these sects respect any of the others because each one is the original. Multiple conflicts were spawned between devout Muslims and the bloodline Muslim of his immediate family, as to which was the most pious the to spread the perfectly transliterated religion of Islam. Whenever whenever successorship of divinity became a question, it is because human ego, like a black cloud, has hidden Allah from the hearts of men. See Appendix Moorish Holy Quran 1 through 6. One side said Allah fulfills his covenant to Abraham and through Africa's Egyptian Hagar, her son Ishmael is the grandfather of Muhammad ibn Abdullah, wives, his children, descendant, and we are the rightful heirs of his estate, Islam. The others proclaim it is we, who we, the first of the believers, Muslims to submit their will to Allah, and we were there to transcribe the Holy Quran, what the angel Gabriel had told Muhammad to read. We heard and obeyed when he was rejected by Meccans and Arabia. This feud of the blessed ones took on an earthbound contention of think like Arabia, dress like the Arabs, attached to the religious saturation of Islam. It also caused the commentaries in translation of the Holy Quran to compete with the Hadiths, verbal accounts of the life of the messenger, to impact before the true teaching of the Prophet Muhammad. These undercurrent rivalries later produced sects among Muslim nationals and communities. Meanwhile, sects are strictly forbidden in the religion of Islam, Surah 42:12-14. Just the same, today's result show there are Sunni, Shiites, Sufis, and dozens more in America and the world. Indeed, this has led to wars between Islamic governments and the 1987 mass murder of pilgrims at the sacred Kaaba, the center of purity for Muslims worldwide. Arabs, although marvelous historians, often misplace the fact they were the very last of the polytheistic nation of East Africa to embrace the monotheistic way of life. In fact, prior to the divine advent of Muhammad the first, there were more man-made deities in Arabia than water holes. They had 360 gods of the Kaaba alone. The, the people of ancient Havilah, Arabia, especially the seeds of Hagar, Ishmael, were among the first to digress by holding steadfast to the fall of Adam. Today, Muslims Today, Muslims the world over, especially the blessed Arabians, need to abandon the antiquated custom of enslaving people and execute others after Juma. Then think they are doing the will of Allah, are hearing to the Holy Quran. It is tragic and sinful for the great people of Arabia to have one of the noblest prophets of all times to be born amongst them and still cling to carnal-minded principles that deluded to the institution of human slavery. No, notwithstanding, this thinking is in error and in violation of the ordinance of the great God Allah. Islamism, spiritual science, and the first religious creed founded by the ancient Africans for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. It was later developed through the wisdom of the Egyptians, Chinese, Japanese, and adepts of India, as known as a know thyself art through meditation called the straight way from man to God. Over 5,000 years later, the great prophet Muhammad was sent by Allah to return and perfect, translating to Arabic, this same religion, and he named it Islam. Islam in the Arabic language means peace. Yep, the same shalom on earth that Prophet Yehoshua spoke in the Hebrew language of the Jews, although he spoke Aramaic. The words of Noble Drew Ali must be driven at this point when he wrote, the Moors, who were the ancient Moabites and founders of the holy city of Mecca, Moorish Holy Quran 45, Ayah 2, and the same forefathers who are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed, Moorish Holy Quran 48, Ayah 6. These Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the Pharaoh of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. This empire included the kingdoms founded in their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Moorish Quran 47 and 6. The Moroccan Empire, see map on page 207, extended from Egypt land westward following the shoreline of the Mediterranean around the rock of Gibraltar to the Atlantic and all shorelands southwest to the Capes Kingdom, today called countries of Northwest and Southwest Africa, was inhabited with cities, universities, and villages with customs and trade. These were in place for thousands of years before the spread of Islam. The Ottoman Empire, etc. Truth is, most Africans call it Egypt of the West. The Moors, with a mixture of ancient and Arabian Islam as their religion, conquered Spain and European countries as far north as Ireland and were heavily influenced with Moorish art, architect and culture. However, some of the Moors held firm to their inherent truth of their forefathers, while others were persuaded to become denationalized and accepted Arabia as the government. While it is true all Moors embraced Islam and acknowledged Muhammad as the messenger of Allah, it was the strangely mixed demand of Arab nationality which created a split among the citizens of the various kingdoms. To demand the impossibility of changing one's nationality to that of the Arabian was and is as evil and indecorous as demanding a Nigerian to be a Negro. Christians in order to be free U.S. citizens. The Moors who bowed down to the Sultan of Arabia were made uh, caliphs, sheikhs, and powerful positions in the Ottoman Empire, which was headed by the Turks of Istanbul. The Turks are the true descendants of Hagar, who are the chief mufti, protectors of the Islamic creed of Mecca. See Appendix Moorish Quran 45 and 7. Bear in mind, there is nothing wrong with Islam, now or ever. Still, Islam and other religions have historically been misused and used as bait to conceal carnal books of men and nationalism. The divine instruction from the Holy Prophet clearly asks, would the fish swallow the bait if he knew the hook were hidden therein? Moorish Quran 39 and 7, ayah 7. Hence, it was the military coercion of the Christian crusaders with the aforementioned Bible in hand, and the Islamic Arab Moors which joined forces in Granada, Spain, and not only defeated the Moorish descendants of the ancient Moabites, but actually began the African slave trade with the hostage 1492 AD. The religious the religious pioneers of uh, European and Arabs that began destroying the world's knowledge of the achievement of civilization and ancestral knowledge of then defenseless Moors. After all, the Christians and the Muslims of the 14th and 15th century were the world's ruling military powers, yet they were religious and national enemies. Nonetheless, it's not uncommon for the staunchest foe to bond together in gaining a common objective, and to this day, the only thing those powers agree upon is the subjugation of the Moorish people. For any human entity to completely conquer a people, it is the destruction of their accomplishment and history, which gives precedence to the finale of their victory. So, what happened to the torchbearers of civilization, the ancient ones, the gods of the Nile, the Sunni man, the ancient Moabites who were later called the Atlanteans, Moors of Morocco, and Muranians, Hieratines? Actually, the only people who truly do not know who the Moorish Americans are the Moorish Americans themselves. Today, there are those in full knowledge of who the ex slave in America truly is. However, most of them have taken blood oaths to swear never to tell before they die. This evil may not seem too bad when it compares to certain NBC male persons who take the same damn oaths yet do not have a clue to the fact it is they who are the secret. Still, among those that know are the Pope, Rome, the head of Mecca, Egypt, and the Islamic world, especially. Furthermore, when a Mason becomes a cut above 32 degrees, Shriners are 33rd, they too are given the true name of the harem, whom they have buried in the shadow grave. Therefore, many officials within the USA know who the Moors are, see Freemasonry. But this focus is upon the Islamic community, which is Islam. Not one Imam Islamic minister has taught them their nationality since the Sultan Abdul Aziz Abu Sa'd acknowledged the prophethood of Noble Jew Ali in 1911 AD. This honorable sultan is a direct descendant of Hagar and the head of the holy city of Mecca. More show the Quran, page 2. The kingdom of Saudi Arabia was named in honor of the Saudis al Malika al Arabia as Saudia. He was the only true Muslim guided by Allah to not only confirm the history and ancestral identity of the Moors to Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, Noble Jew Ali, but empowered him to teach Islamism as the old time religion to his nations. His message is called the Great Prophet of Ali. As another point of interest, the extent of an Arab country is limited to the peninsula of Arabia itself. It is purely a European influence to call the many other countries governed by the Holy Quran and therefore Arab countries. The proper term for use to describe countries under the Holy Quran, as they are all Islamic countries. At the very most, their national name, example given, Egypt, Morocco, Iran, etc., honor that portion of the mother which gives them suck. Appendix chapter 25. And Islam is their and Islam is their chosen designed religious path governed by Allah. But they are not Arab countries. Only Europeans say this. Needful to say, the nation of Moorish Americans, being a pure and clean nation, will also be Islamic and a divine government, but it will not be Arabia. Arab are Arabians. As for the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Arabia, if they can keep the secret of the 18 years of the life of Yehoshua from the nations of Europe, and that he did not die on the cross, Quran Surah 4, ayahs 157, then being a little hushmouth about a mere half-billion ancestors being enslaved could pose no problem, especially when they were either the sellers and slash owners of the slaves. After all, it does stand to reason a seller is aware of the history and subsequent value of his product. So, who else other than Allah would know the true identity better than those who took it away? One need only ask those that know law. In other words, Arabs should be the best knowers of the identity of the slaves they sell. Islam, Islam, Islam. I will now turn it back over to our National Assistant Grand Chief, our host. Islam, are you there, God man?
Islam, can you hear me, goddess and queen?
Islam, I can hear you well.
Gratitude, Islam. Well, we give honors to our Moorish kin for the grand reading, and all of that lays a foundation so that our family know that we're not here, for any Arabization, so to speak, any other particular drawing along those lines. And this is a powerful measure that we have to bring on the manifest, as we stated earlier. Moorish kin, we encourage, all of our family to most definitely be tuned in to this special drawing, because we cannot get these lessons anywhere else, on the planet outside of the Moorish American government. If so, you show me where they at. Ain't nobody else teaching these measures like we demonstrating them, and this is our duty. This is our obligation to bring our people the truth, to teach our people their nationality and divine creed. Want to give honors to our Grand National Chairman for, again, the Book of Fire. This is a powerful measure here. Getting into our special drawing, and we have some grand measures to bring on the manifest family. And I would like to go into just reflecting upon the work of our brother Mustafa Gadala, the ancient Egyptian universal writing modes. This will most definitely be our companion and forward, in all of the work that we begin doing as far as dealing with our language, and everything it is that we have to bring on the manifest. We don't have to go into so much reading from every page of this special demonstration at the moment. But like I said, this would be our companion in regards to dealing with the direction that we are headed in. Because this book gives us a grand expression, as to exactly what happened with the language. We went through the journey. We seen what happened with the language. So anything that's said here, we can bear witness to, and it has been vetted, thoroughly vetted, and we can bring this demonstration to the manifest. We understand that all alphabets indirectly come through the line of the Abgd of ancient Kemet. Man, is that a contradiction? That's not something that we guess at. We perhaps think is the truth. We know it is the truth. And we have proved this on many different occasions. So we want to give honors again to our Moorish kin who have endured, because the race is not merely to, those who are calling themselves and have received the title Swift Angel Pardon Self, but, the race is to those who endure to the end, because that's why we have a tribe of endurance on the manifest. You see? So in this special drawing, what I want to bring forth, and I have a good little bit of things to bring up to share, and we're going to try to get this demonstration from a brief standpoint. And we got a lot of tools up here that we will be directing our Moorish kin into using. So we want our Moorish kin to definitely be on standby for the instruction in those areas as well. I'm trying to get this demonstration here open so I can share my screen real quick, because it's time now that we begin to put things back together again when it comes to language and linguistics. We'll actually go into, as we move along, the structure of the alphabet and everything else, as far as which one we will be utilizing. And we'll get that on point. We're going to bring that forth in the light of the homework, so to speak, that we send out. So, okay, here we go. We almost there. I want to get to the very beginning of this here, and then I'm going to share the screen here. There we go. That's what I want to do right there. Now let me take this, and well, we can actually keep those right there. Praise be to Allah. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. Let me move this out the way. Don't want to end up closing that up. Okay, now we can present our screen, as they call it now. Present it to share. Okay, Islam Moorish kin. So what we will be touching on, we're going to go into some examples to give our family an idea. So when we go into these particular areas to vet words and bring things together, you know exactly how we're going to demonstrate along the way. Okay, let me go. Okay, here it is here. Here it is here. Make sure I got that open. Okay. All right, yeah, this is what we want to do. I want to give examples, and this is kind of somewhat semi-revisiting certain things that we have went over in the past. And this is in relation to the language. This is a quick, we'll say, linguistic drawing, through some of the pictures that the Moors are already familiar with. We have showed our Moorish kin this before, obviously we showed the relation of, some of the teachings coming out of the Orishas as they relate to some of the symbolism, but we're not trying to get into that in relation to the Elohim aspects. We want to deal with the linguistic expression, just like we deal with the term, Sapanawata Ila, Aloata Ila, so to speak, and seeing the connection between that and the word of Batala, which deals with the word white deity or purity among the Orishas, for example. This is African spirituality. But then we see the connection between the words Ashe and Esu, Ish and Isha, life force or causes, you see? And then we even brought a combination together with the term Mu and Orisha, which is Morisha. That was a grand drawing, just dealing with a connection. Now, people think that when we demonstrate like this, these are pseudo linguistics, that, there's some disconnect when it comes to dealing with this. But we're going to show you by the time we get through going through this, based on some of the stuff we already brought forth, and also extra evidence to support what it is that we are saying. Now, I want to call to mind, before we go into this, one of the portions that we can draw from in the book or the work of our brother Mustafa Gedala has to do with the sound divergence or sound shifting process in chapter 13 of the ancient Egyptian universal writing modes. And this deals with the alphabets from its Egyptian origin. And it goes into the many different breakdowns on page 166 on what letters are interchangeable with other letters. Because this is what you have to understand in order to understand sound shifting, so to speak. You see, and you can see, for example, how the G is interchangeable with K. You know, that K in the Coptic is seen like a X. Then you have G and H, and then you have G. All of these are interchangeable. You have also the letter K and H. You have K itself and K and H again. They also are related to each other. Then you have the letter T and the letter T and H, as in thin, T, and then they actually change it to D and H, because we know the D is interchangeable as well with the letters T and H. And so your D is interchangeable with T, basically. So all of this is going to come up because we're going to actually have like an open discussion as we go through some of these reflections right here. You know, that way everybody can be all inclusive, you know, in relation to dealing with the work that we demonstrate. So we have the letter P, which is also interchangeable with the letter F, being interchangeable with the letter P and H, which is also interchangeable with the letter B and H. Then we have B and P, as we stated. So all of these letters are interchangeable. Even the letter M, you know, M is often exchanged for the letter N, but M often becomes the letter B as well, we will find, based on
Islam?
the language. Islam, Grand Man. I'm not sharing the screen right now.
Oh, all right,
yes.
gratitude. Sorry, man. I stepped out for a second. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're all right, Grand Man. Yes, sir. I'm not sharing the screen. I'm just reading from the book because I don't have this in PDF. But it goes on, and B is also interchangeable with the letter V. You see? B and V interchangeable as well. So all of this we have to have in mind when we begin to look at these words. Because when we go in various different dictionaries and definitions and words are given, you may see the same exact word, but if you don't recognize this principle of sound shifting and sound divergence, then you'll look right past it and think it's something different, when in all actuality it's really the same thing being stated or worded in a different way. We're going to use some of those examples. We just did right here with this one example we gave with the word ish and ashe and ashu. You see, there's a sound shift there. The I is interchangeable with the A. These are just, you know, more like the vowel aspect. And if you take those off of it, you know, let's say the I off of the front and then the I off of the front and the A off of the back, in Isha, you have S and H there, which is sh, right? So if you take the A off of Ashe, right? And then take the E off of the N, you have sh, still there, right? You take the E off of the front and then you take the U off of the N, you still have sh, right? So in all actuality, the root is sh, which also goes back to ancient Kemet, shu. We see sha at one end and shu at the other end. It's sha and shu. You see? So if one cannot see the connection between that right there, then we got to be blind as a bat. You know, that's a whole nother measure. But to have this knowledge and know that this deals with the life force and the force of causes, and then also see it connected to the very symbol, scimitar and star, and then the 7 in line with the Elohim, goodness gracious. That's uncanny. So when we look at that as special demonstration, we can definitely see some overlap, in that alone, especially when it comes to dealing with our teaching too. You see, so when I put it up, I say a power that exerts itself for the individual at the will of its user. Getting into that Moorish science, right? So anyway, if we go on, we see again, like we said, D and T, is also interchangeable. So you will see this. If you ever seen the name Muhammad spelt with a letter T, M, rather Homet, Muhammad, instead of M-U-H, M-A-A-D, instead of spelt that especially where you see it spelt with a T. This is sound shifting according to the language, you see, based upon the way that these people deal with, the way they express it. So again, you have also the letter K, which is synonymous with the letter C and G. This is why you will hear us talking about the ABGD, but sometimes you'll see ABKD. If you go into the comedic realm, you'll find an ABKD link, so to speak. You see, but that's a whole nother measure. But it's ABCD, ABJD, ABGD, all that sound shifting, so to speak. Because the C is interchangeable with the letter K. C is interchangeable with the letter G when you deal with Abgd. Rather, it's the K and the G more than anything, but they're all related. Then you have Z, which actually may be pronounced with T and S. So this is why in certain charts, when Moors were putting things together, they might find the T and S there in the Z spot, or the Z, which is supposed to be there. So, once you have this knowledge, it's easy to pick up on when you read different words. The F and the P is reiterated as interchangeable. The letters R and L are often confused or interchangeable, but really, and I had a discussion with a brother, a few moons ago concerning this R and this L. We're going to go over some of these examples in the next few reflections that we have. And like I said, we're going to open it up where we're going to have Moors coming into this so they can bear witness to what it is that we demonstrate, and give their measure as we go along. I ain't going to just give a measure and then open up the floor. I'm going to open it up from the beginning. So it states G and I is interchangeable with D and I. H may be added or dropped at the end of a word. D may be dropped at the end of a word as well. S may be used instead of SH. For example, just say if instead of putting SH there, we said is, issa. You see, now this ish and ish instead of is, and then you go into issa, now you got the name as it states almost like Isa, or actually as Isa in Quran. So we see the connection to that. Our chairman made that connection as well in the book of Fire. You see, or we say Asa instead of Ashe, and then Essa. You see, Issa, which is also another way you'll see them spell the name Isa sometime. E-S-A, sometime with two A's for extra emphasis. W may be the letter G in certain cases. TH may be F. And then we have W and V. And then you have TH as in 3 may be F as well. So this is a powerful demonstration, family. When we understand, these measures. He even gave an example in the way that they spell the names on the sound shift, like Santiago in its relation to San Diego, then San Jacob in relation to dealing with St. James, Jacob, Jack, Jaquez, James are all one and the same name, which exemplifies the phenomenon of sound shift. So even Michael, Mikhail, or Miguel, the brother give many examples showing you this concept. You see, tomato. But anyway, that's the first example I want to give, just to lay the foundation. That way, when I ask some of our Moorish kin questions, You know, in these following slides, tabs, so to speak, you know, our family will already be able to get there, especially if you have your book, if you need it, go and open it up to the page and have it on the manifest, and you'll be able to bear witness. You know, and I ain't going through the whole breakdown of this right here. Our Moorish kin know what this is, but this is very important in order for us to understand the construct of words and their relation. First thing that is seen in this particular expression, you know, according to one getting the clarity, is understanding the expression of this special one that's depicted here, you know, as a principle, you know, known as E.A.R.S or Ah, often spelled Ah, you see. So sometimes you'll see the I in front of the A, or sometimes you'll see it as A-H-A. And we know this definitely means to rejoice. It means to revel or worship, so to speak. You see, we know that we ain't getting caught up in these symbols that's here because they just placeholders. And we know that the hieratic is the real drawing. And we're going to end up doing some, you know, conversion, a reversion, so to speak, of these words back into their hieratic forms too, especially when we begin to go forth with this work and compiling everything. We have shown our Moorish kin this on numerous occasions. And we see, again, the expression of the God-man with the wajet there, you know, holding it right over the region of what would be the heart chakra. You know, and we say, well, the nearest place we can meet Allah is in the heart. So the very act of what's being demonstrated there in this mudra that the brothers demonstrate, you know, is actually the nearest place that you can meet the great God or the higher self or divinity is within the self. That's what the wajet represents. And we're going to see that in a minute too, because we got something connected to that as we go on. But we don't want to go, you know, into reading, you know, the definition, all that, dealing with the feel of peace and all this here. We just dealing with specifically definitions in relation to these words that we have. We have A'ul. Now, in the dictionary, as you can see, they have the letter R here. So what I want to do is, and we see this is the name of a God, right? In conjunction, when you bring them together, it becomes, as we can see it, you know, Allah in essence, you know, Al-Ullah, Al-Ullah. Now, let me ask our Moorish kin, whoever would like to come forth, you know, how is it, you know, that this letter R, you know, has become the letter L? Any more who would like to respond? We just went over Islam, grand man. Yes, sir.
Islam?
Yes, sir. Islam. I hear you, brother.
Oh, yeah, no, I didn't have your thing. Well, I mean, just off the top of my head, I would say that it just flipped it upside down and around.
They just flip what upside down, my brother?
Well, the R, well, I'm looking at in the U, but the R that's, you know, like a small R.
Uh-huh.
And just flipped it upside down and backwards, and it looks like an L. I mean,
that's a unique way to look at it. You know what I mean? I was thinking about another drawing, but that's a good thing to point out.
Okay.
That's a grand possibility right there. You know, if you flip that demonstration upside down, you know, you'll definitely get you a little L up out of there. That is not a contradiction. But in relation to dealing with it, according to the example I just gave out of the writing modes, what would this be considered?
Oh, you mean like for his the sound shifting or something like that?
There you go. There you go. That's exactly what I want to hear. That's exactly what I want to hear. But that's a grand idea that you brought forth there. You know, that's one that we should take into account. Sound shift. Now let's give you the example of what we know that this is the truth. Now, dealing with the alphabet, and this is actually showing the list that you've seen them put together which we know this ain't the right order, it ain't abjad, but that's neither here nor there. We also know them pictures ain't really supposed to be there, but that's another message. It's supposed to be some hieratic over here. But the key is, let's go back. Look at the letter R. The letter R is interchangeable with the letter L in both of these areas. Notice they put them right by each other. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Now they tried to say I made this up. I created this alphabet, right? You see, it was 1891. Now I know that the man is not the body nor the soul, and we definitely been here a long time. But I don't remember being here 1891. You know, it was a brother I was having a discussion with, and I was trying to get him to go back to this page in Budge's dictionary. Y'all remember this discussion? And I was telling this brother this letter L is interchangeable with the letter R, and he didn't want to admit it, but nevertheless, you know, it's the proof is right here. You know, it's right there on the manifest, way before E. Wallace Budge, you know, and he just quote knows who came before him, basically. You know, but he showed the alphabet how it was given. But you see again, right there, and I'm the one that put the circle around. You see the R is interchangeable with the L. Now let us, you know, demonstrate this. Now we're not dealing with the symbols or none of that. We ain't even looking at the pictures. We talking about these two letters right here, L and R. You know what I mean? Let's really think about this, right? Just reflecting upon this special drawing. I can actually see in expression when we deal with the letter R, you know, the r. If you kind of put that r, you can see a connection between the L and the R just in that alone. If somebody rolls, you know, the L, or if they roll the R, you see what I'm saying? And so having this special knowledge right here, family, is key. That there will be certain words with the letter R on the end of them. When you go into your dictionaries, because you're going to do this on your own research, we will have the original word as this state, but we will also show, you know, when this demonstration carries over into the letter L, you know, where it come from. You know, so we're going to be dealing with these things. We're going to show the sound shift in our dictionaries. That way people will have no mistake about understanding what's being said here. Same thing that was demonstrated over here then. So it's natural that if we look at, you know, what is they call it up here, they call it the field of peace, or Allah, right? And you can see over here in this area here, they got many different words with different spellings on it. But if you interchange this letter L here, you know, with R, you know, this L over here, you know, it manifests out of this R. You see, so it's AALU, which is where you see it here, Ahlu, right? Then you have here in definition, along with that, because this is talking about the reeds, you know, the field of reeds is the field of peace. So anyway, AARU becomes AALU here. Also the name of a celestial city. So when it speaks of, you know, the field of peace, and you're talking about a celestial city, this is the place where it said Ra was said to go into, you know, and you connect this to Allah, you see the connection of the name Allah in ancient Kemet. Every time somebody try to attack, you know, the Islamic paradigm, they would tell you this is Allah. Now they got the correct idea, but the only problem is Allah is not limited to, you know, an idol-like expression, so to speak, when it comes to just, we're talking about, you know, statutes and so forth and so on. They got the right idea, but they have, you know, the wrong interpretation or exegesis, so to speak. You know what I mean? Because this does connect to Allah, but this is not the supreme being, Allah. You got me? Allah speaks to man through man. Go ahead, brother.
Islam. Well, I was going to say that's their carnal interpretation.
Well, what it is, it's a corrupt interpretation that was given by the European, because the European know the origin.
Right.
But
right,
what better way, to send the people into damnation than by giving them the truth, but with falsehood strangely mixed.
Right. Right. I
So
see
when
that.
you go back there, surely it's going to check out Allah. So this right here, just alone, being that many, if you go and type it in, for those who may be Christian or some of our Hebrew family that, don't like Muslims, that's exactly what they're going to put up. Even some of them will take this and they'll put the star in it. You know what I mean? The 5-pointed star, and say, see, this is what a symbol and all that. However, at the same time, ones you have in our Kemetic community, they'll say, well, the name Allah, don't exist in Kemet, and it is there. It's just there under the context, of linguistic root, so to speak. So in normal cases, this is Ah. This is also corresponding with Yah, which corresponds with La. You see what I'm saying? So this is in Kemet, before the Arabs come up with it. You see? Yah is in Kemet, before the Hebrews came up with it. You see what I'm saying? And this is not referring to the image. This is showing you the expression of the image of saying that Yah is within man. Allah is within man. Allah speaks to man through man again. You see what I'm saying? So when it says that Ra himself, they say Ra ended up going into a place known as Allah, the field of peace, because he was tired of dealing with disobedient people. In other words, they're giving you an expression of a reality of Ra being a God man. Let's put it in ourselves in context. Once we come into a state of, man, I ain't dealing with this crazy world. Is it not spacious enough, is what the Grand Quran asks. So you go within the self. So it's basically saying that Ra went into the self, and this state of being was known as Allah. But we also understand if the letter R is interchangeable with the letter L, we see La in the name Ra anyway. You see me demonstrate this expression. See how they say, well, this is an expression of Ah. Well, that is not an alphabet. This is actually a word. So we can see a connection here. That arm does not represent a letter. It represents a word, which means to rejoice. So here you see, Ah, Yah, Allah, as we say, right here. Ah, and we see the eye of Ra, La, Allah. We talked about that before, right? This is just giving symbolism along with this since we are here. But it gets a lot more deeper than this, family. So as we go on, again, when we go back down here, this is the name of the celestial city, and that celestial city represents a place of dwelling. This is the nearest place we can meet the great God Allah, in the heart. You see it. The celestial city, not dealing with the blood pumping organ, but being able to climb up from, the heart of man into the heart of Allah, into a state of consciousness. When you do this right here, now you can really rejoice. You see? So as we go on again, you see where we came up with the concept here, A-A-R-U or A-A-L-L. You see? So it's A-A-L, A-A-A-L-U right up here as well. All this is still dealing with the same field of reeds, or just reeds in general. This is talking about the God of the field here. Now, notice in the God of the field, again, it's A-A-R-U. You see? And then you have A-A-R-R. And those R's being interchangeable with the letters L, that's A-A, right? L-L. And that's where we come up with the A-A-L-L. Allah. The God of the field of reeds, the God of the celestial city. You see? And they also call it Seket Aru or Seket Alu. You see? And that's where you get the concept of that demonstration from. You know, and I like the way, you know, even though I don't want to go into all of this right here, I like the way, though this was a comedic expression, how when you go over here and you deal with the name Alullah, which also deal with people, you know, this actually basically shows, you know, how on a spiritual level, synonymous with the seven heavens, you know, it goes into that the average intellect is not capable of truly recognizing the status, position, and states and conditions of those that are in the proximity of Allah. And that's what this does. This is speaking of being in the proximity of the Creator, as we talked about before. But yet we can see it. The proof is in the sound shift. Minus doubt, a contradiction. We got our man. Spirit man, that is. Or did I say Moorish American National? So anyway, before we go forward to the next tab, is there any question or comment or statement that one would like to make on this drawing that we just brought forth? Islam?
Islam.
Yes,
That was
sir.
big.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I
Go
mean, I really appreciate you breaking that down for us like that, because you know it makes perfect sense now. You know what I mean? Because I've seen you show this. I mean, we've seen this many, you know, sometimes. You know what I mean? In your, you know, in your classes and stuff like that. But it just shows how it, you know, just comes out. That's all I'm gonna say. Gratitude.
That's right, gratitude. And all of this right here, really, to be honest with you, also automatically by default, so to speak, you know, these are words to go into our lexicon. You see what I'm saying? Just in connection in this particular way. We got more to express in the same area. Actually, I was supposed to go here first. I put this one over here a little further up the way. Tried to put them in a little alphabetical order. But yeah, we already showed you this, so we don't have to show this again. But look at what they have down here at the bottom. Now, this is somebody else's expression. They say the moon god, Ta, right? Because that's the way they call him in the West. You know, calling the moon god, he got the disc on his head with the moon, so he the moon god. You see, this is what they say. But did their ancestors call it that? See, that would be mere speculation, just like they said in that source that I had from the institution of Chicago. They said most of the terms that people have applied to these ancient things didn't have nothing to do with the way they say it at all. You know, now when you get into the essence of this, if anything, use the term Ta. Just Ta. You ain't got to try to put it into no paganistic expression. You know, it's Ta. You see? So there's also a measure in here how Ta actually connects with Ah. You see? You can also see Tala, 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 Alawa Ta'ala, Alawa Ta'ala. Remember I was talking about that earlier? Ta'ala. So Ta, it ain't strange that the teachings of Ta, you know, have to do with creation. They have to do with the teachings of peace, Ta-Hotep, you know, the teachings of peace. And again, we pointed out to our family that most of, you know, the Arabs' traditions come from the temples of Ta. So it's not strange that the name Allah, you know, is tied into that demonstration when you go back to a time in pre-Islamic Arabia. You see, it's not strange, you know. And so what we are doing, we can actually see masterminds able to trace themselves back, and thus they know. Remember, this is not, you know, a measure where you're dealing with idol worship. This is the way that our ancestors preserved, you know, the expression of how the principle itself would manifest itself through creation. They had a grand way of expressing this, and many who don't have that knowledge misinterpret our ancestors in a lot of senses. So again, we can see the teachings of peace going back through the lineage of Hotep, and we can see also when it comes to the modes of worship, we showed this to our family. We got a whole PDF where we showed as they go through the different positions in, what they call their ritual expression of salat and prayer. All these things come out of temples in ancient Kemet. Most of them connected to, the priesthood of Ata. So there's a lot of things that even the Arabs don't know about their connection. Then you have some who do know it, but they won't say it. But the ones who do know it and speak the truth, you will find those among those who demonstrate the science of Tasawwuf, the mystic teachings, of Islamism, so to speak. So I just wanted to point that out. And as we went over, we done showed our family this. We even showed how the name come from the demotic standpoint and everything. We went into the Waj aspect a few minutes ago. We ain't got to go there outside of just saying we talking about an omnipresence of man. That mudra that one is demonstrating, holding the eye. It's dealing with the omnipresence of God in the Moorish American national. You see, the higher self being spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. The higher self also in reference to the mother virtue and the harmony of life. You see? And so we do these things and we give our people the actual map, so to speak, so they can go back to these things, family, and see them. Again, there it go right there. That's what I was talking about earlier, the sound shift. See the letter I, it shifts with the letter Y, the letter J, and so forth and so on, right? And then we see how that demonstration has evolved. Moore's done seen this countless times. We're using the hammer repetition, but at this time in revisiting, again, we're going back to, words that will be added to our dictionary, and we have the connection to it. Is there any more that would like to bring forth a statement in relation to dealing with this measure? Question, comment? Islam?
Islam, I would just
Islam,
say,
Brother Bati Bey, go ahead, brother.
Islam, I would just say that when I was looking, saying how you say it went with the bowl within, if you actually look at the even opening your raising up the kundalini, so the power, so you can, even get into the bowl, you got to lose a lot of the sound shifting of la ra in it. So it makes sense to where people were using what they knew of themselves to attribute it to the language, and that's just something else I was just looking at in the chakra book as well.
You talking about that heck of them names of power to open up the centers of man. Yes, sir. That's a powerful demonstration, brother. That is powerful, And so, a lot of time they say when the baby is born, one of the first things they say is Allah. But praise be to Allah. The universe makes these sounds. That's another thing. We also seen the connection of this name Allah in general, how it's interchangeable with the name Yahweh when you flip it upside down. The Hebrew name, Yod Hey Wav Hey, Yahweh, you flip it upside down, it look just like the name Allah. You deal with the word Om, among the Hindu, we taught on that, a few moons ago. It go back to the name Allah. So this is the most universal name, whether one accepted or rejected. You see? So all of these things, no one is heard until we brought them forth here in the Moorish paradigm. And so this is basically just another expression here. This is actually in, I want to say, Somali. This is one of the expressions in that language. And you see they have Allah, and notice they dropped the H from the end, like it was talking about in the sound shifting, so to speak. You see A, L, and A. as well here. But you know, this also went into the aspect, you know, of the breakdown in the book that I sent out dealing with Aliism. I sent to the Moors, you know, and it's talking about this name and then going back to the same name that was used, but it actually had to do with recognizing the life of God in the soul of man. You see, this was his most ancient mode of worship, going within the self, like we teach. Allah is within. So there it is again. I showed the sound shift here between the letter R and L there, right? Like I say, we just reintroducing these measures to our Moorish kin to bring some freshness to the measure. We showed. Go ahead, Sister Dendra.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just, when you was talking about the sound shift and how we say Allah and the sound shift of R, I was thinking about, it brought to my mind too, how sometimes when you talking about the sound, sometimes when we may be finishing a task or something we might have done, and we sit down and we say, ah, you make that sound of Allah when you when you was talking about a universal sound. No matter who they are, most people make that sound, that universal sound. So that's what I thought when you was talking about that. That just come to my mind. Islam.
That's right. That's right. You know, and it's something else, because even when it comes to it, and that's almost like after being overexerting and sitting down to try to gain some ground, I get that drawing. And also, you know, when one transcend the body, you know, is a measure that's brought on to manifest as well.
Islam.
You know, so that's the last demonstration, you know, that's uttered, so to speak. You know, and so even when we go here, Ra, we see the root of the Arabic word Nara. You know, this ain't something, you can't make this stuff up, you know, but this is the same word used for the word Nur, you know, which means light. When they say Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth, and I always like to say the heavens is, you know, above the neck, and the body is the earth, you know, Nura. But then you find this as equaling to what is called Ruh Allah, Arah Allah. You see, and this is basically what is spoke of in the Grand Quran. When it say the spirit of Allah, you know, he breathed that in the man, it's Ruh Allah. That's what it's called, Ruh Allah. You see? And now when you see the connection to Ruh Allah, you can also reflect upon Heru, which is also the expression of spirit comedically. You know, this breaks down the spirit, you know, and it's dwelling within man as it relates to a parable here in the Grand Quran. And I just put the parable, you know, in a reflection over here in what it was speaking of. It talked about the glass that was lit from a blessed tree, well, whose oil is well now luminous. This is dealing with the wisdom in man. You know, light upon light. Allah guide whom he will to his wisdom. And he set forth parables. You see, he say, lit as a light in houses which Allah is permitted to be raised to honor. You know, it says, for celebration in them, his name in them, he is glorified in the mornings and the evenings. Meaning that the praise of Allah, you know, is being demonstrated, you know, from sun up to sundown, so to speak. You see, this is all a part of the nature. Everything that we do, we should be doing, you know, in worship of the great God Allah. Not a spook outside of the self, but that which edifies what is within the self, the spirit. You see? So all of these connections are not by chance. We're going to get into a lot of this stuff, though, as we go into the definition of the word. We just want to show some relations. Notice the root is right here, Rah. This is Arabic right here. If you go into the Arabic dictionary you have, this is the word right here, you know, Rah. You know, this is the word, you know, that Ruh comes from. So we can see the A is interchangeable with the letter U as well. It's just a changing of the vowels. So Ruh, again, Heru, Ruach, in the Hebrew. See, there's a connection. So when we begin to see this triad connection like this between Ruh, Ruach, and Heruh, and so forth, Ra, when we see that family, as you can see the eye right here, we know that this is most definitely a strong word because it has been preserved coming from Kemet into both the Arabic and the Hebrew language. This is how we will vet, our words as we place them within our dictionary. You see what I'm saying? And certain words we adopt in based upon, the way that they're expressed and, and so forth and so on. But words like this are definitely strong words to be placed there. Islam, is there any more that would like to comment on that, Droid?
Islam.
Secretary of State.
Gratitude, rise and giving praises to Allah, honor to our prophet, honor to our Moorish kin, our family online, and Act One, and to you, Dr. Shahi. I did have a question. This is a grand measure. I'm so glad that you are revisiting this again in accordance to what Dr. Edwards Bay was stating, because we have looking at it from another asset. But my question was, I was thinking about the rest of the languages in reference to the lexicon. Are we also going to be looking at Spanish or German? Because I know a lot of our records were put into German writings and other languages of the earth. I just wanted to know, are we going to extend it to like current languages that we have forth now? Because we know everything came out of Kemet. Islam?
Oh, yes, we are. And I'm going to give some of them examples in a few minutes. Grand Secretary of the State, I'm going to give some of those examples, how some of the words come all the way up into the English. So yeah, we definitely will be drawing, from other measures going into other languages as well. No doubt. In fact, we'll probably have, different volumes, for those special demonstrations as we move forward. But we definitely want to bring the universal expression to the manifest, that our family can be able to get it, at every different degree of unfoldment, so to speak. Islam. That's a grand question, too. We're going to definitely get into that. Oh, yeah, Islam. Gratitude. We're going to get into that in a few minutes and show you certain things that came all the way into the English. And this finna remove all doubts when it comes to certain things that we had to go back and forth with our family with. Matter of fact, here's one right here. As we spoke on the word Alsar, and we can see the connection of the Alsar just dealing with the root alone, which it has three measures of unfoldment: ASR, USR, and then we have the ZR. So the Z is interchangeable with the letter S, and we can see the AU and the W, which is W is really synonymous with the U. This is basically like almost just saying we can call them vowels to a certain degree, in this expression. But on a whole nother level, looking at the consistency in this word, also, you see, as it relates to, again, we talked about usert, which means strength, power, might, strong thing, riches. Amen is one it gives, mighty ones, power, strong beings, the God of strength. So we can look here, a goddess of, which is dealing with strength, a God. We can go into all these different measures here. Dendra, a warrior god. You see, Usara, standing in the talk, strong heart, the name of a god. All of these things we can see strong, the word strength and strong dominate this particular word, no matter how they change a little bit here and there. You see? So what we find out then is we go to the next word and the derivative coming from the root, and it says the Usir is in reference to Usir, an ancient Egyptian official. So one must be strong in order to truly be an executive ruler official in ancient Kemet. Even the prophet said, I need strong young men and women. You see? Indirectly, he was invoking, the measure of saying we need, a God, man, that's going to demonstrate like Al-Sa. We need a goddess that's going to demonstrate like All-Set. You see what I'm saying? We need strong morals, right? So again, the Arabic root, deriving from those that were mentioned earlier, comes into wazir. You see, and wazir becomes vizier, the grand vizier, a grand vizier, a grand wazir, which is a high-ranking political advisor, minister in the present time. You see, it has been preserved. You see, this is powerful. It even actually speaks on we will mention Seket Ahlu. This is actually the same field of reed spoke of right here in the area of Usert. So if one assert themselves are, become the strength made manifest, so to speak, then one will find themselves, we can say, purified by the lake, of Seket Aru, the waters, the celestial waters, so to speak. Usarit is a goddess of those waters, strong goddess. In other words, purification is what allows us to become strengthened in our mind, strengthening our thoughts that deal with, therefore, strong, being firm in our ways, acts, and deeds, and so forth and so on. Usa, which is also Osa, which is, one of another forms of the name. Then they have the actual crook in the flail that represents the power and the royalty or the authority. You see, again, Usir, mighty, rich, strong, oppressor. And I always like to say, when we get down here, you think about the word, we must exert ourselves, assert ourselves. This is dealing with coming forth in power and vigor. You see, that's the English definition that can be traced back here. Islam, is there any more that would like to give a measure on that and respond? Question, comment?
Islam, Brother Shaheed, Dr. Leroy Lowry may have a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Islam.
Islam, praise Allah unto the Prophet and unto this grand custodian research class today. Islam. Question I have, as I was listening, and you mentioned about I know I answer the worship of Allah as a spirit, as opposed to Arabian Islam, where they go into the manifest. And I think Arabian religion, they worship, one of the three main deities in their Arabian religion was Allah, Al-Uzza, and Manat. Now, my question is here, we associate Allah associated with Asar and Kemet, which means then Al-Uzza was also associated with Aset and ancient Kemet. Are we correct in that, saying that?
You say Al-Uzza. I don't see a connection between Al-Uzza, because there's no sound shift, going to Oset. You see, now there is a connection, between the pre-Islamic Arabian aspect of Alat, and they trying to go back to Oset. I seen that, and I got an actual breakdown on that. But we familiar with the concept of Al-Uzza and Manat, and all of those were just Arabian and deities that were brought forth during that particular time. Right. We tracing everything back pretty much to its actual root, which is Kemet. And then we bringing it up. So we're gonna get more into it in a little bit. Islam.
Islam.
Yes, sir. But I will say that every culture tried to come up with their own pantheon here and then tried to express them, but that's a whole nother measure, when you get into talking about that. Islam. Okay. Yes, sir. Gratitude for the question, my brother. Islam. Yes, we see we got some of our family tuning in up here as well, You know, couple of different, want to give honors to those who have tuned in. Our brother Jay, you know, Ray Sean Irvin. I always get our brother that they took out the vowels, you know, and it's basically dealing with the Most High, you know, look like it's Black Man, the Most High, or something like that. But avenge the ancestors. Then we see we got our brother Matthew Douglas Craig. You know, he has some measures that he bringing up in here. You know, but when it come down to dealing with, I see some of the things that this one is talking about, arms and all this here, and we see that our family definitely have to tune in, you know. And so, we got, so this is one of them demonstrations where one just want to challenge just for the sake of doing that. We don't do that up in here. So, all right, let us get back to this special measure as we were going on. Okay, let me see here. Okay, here we go right here, family. Now, remember, we're focusing on sound shifting, you know, and half of our people don't even know what that is. You know, they have no idea when it comes to dealing with certain words. That's why they constantly think, you know, the worst when it comes to dealing with the Creator. You know, for example, even with the name God, you know, it's really a corruption from the German aspect of Gott. You know, and then they can trace it back to the word Gad. You know, G-A-D, the Gad tribe. You know, we can go into all those different aspects with the concept of sound shift. But right here, this is very important that we get this drawing here, because we see a sound shift between two words that are referring to basically the same expression, but from a comedic standpoint, which later became something else. We're talking about baka, a bakate, right? A bakait, right? Which is a common name for settlement, inhabited district, or place or region, right? Baka. Now we've seen the word baka, you know, being used in the Old Testament, referring to a particular river flow or well, you know, water, you know, baka. And they use, you know, the B, E, actually CC, A, Becca. You know, and the B is interchangeable with the letter M. So if you place the M there, then it's Mecca. You see? But the real aspect of what we call Mecca as a holy city, you know, and you go into the self comedically, it deals with the, you know, what we call the Ka in the Ba, the area of the Ka in the Ba. This is what a Kaaba is right here, right? So we see Ka and Ba in reference to spirit and soul as it relates to the concept of Mecca. Then we understand that true Mecca is within. The true Kaaba is within one, the Ka in the Ba. In fact, it tells you to turn toward a particular direction, face the Qibla. But the word Qibla in Arabic goes back to the word Qalb, which deals with the heart. So great God Allah was telling the Arabs to turn yourself toward the nearest and most dearest place, toward the heart. This is what the chairman has told us. Surah 2, Ayat 112, Surah 2, Ayat 115. That go right back to what I was showing y'all earlier when that one was presenting the I, not as an alphabet, but as a particular theme that was being presented. You see? And this was representing the omnipresence of God within man. Hence, then, we talk about what we call Merkaba, you know, which deals with, you know, the vehicle of travel. You know, and a lot of reference, they deal with it in a state of a tetrahedron, you know, let's just say sacred geometry, you know. And so this is powerful, family, because we're going to get deeper into this measure. Mir is also a name that's often used for a pyramid. This is more like a capstone or the bin, which is the capstone of a pyramid. But Mir is also in certain aspects dealing with pyramid. We're going to show you this in a minute. We just giving you draws now. We see that right now, what is being delivered, you know, to the God man. You know, it said that when we lay down at night, our soul is taken from us. and then is brought back to us, by the angel. This is a grand expression of this in ancient Kemet. Notice also in this expression of Merkaba, we see one is projecting, from their seat of intelligence, a sun, you see, and so forth and so on. That's powerful. This is what we are able to do when we go into a state, of a lot of people like to call it resting, and those lucid doors that we spoke of last night on our Moorish perspectives. When they're open, you're able to travel outside of the body. You're able to go up beyond, within the blue ether plane, so to speak. This is the purpose of Merkaba, the vehicle, of traveling, by soul through spirit. You see? And now notice it says here, even this word Mecca means to turn to or to run towards. And if you put this in the context again of the Mecca that is within, as opposed to just looking at it as a Mecca outside of the self, then you understand why Allah said face the Qibla. You remember, Qibla is synonymous with Qalb, which is the heart, Qalub, Qalubihim, the heart. So turn toward the east, face the east within, run toward the east. This is it. There's a measure in one of our drawings where Allah said, if man remembers me within himself, I too will remember him within myself. You can go into the reliance of the traveler. You see, when he come toward me walking, I go toward him running. He come running, I come to him flying. So you face the east within, you find the God within. And that goes all the way back to what we showed you when we first started out. And we were dealing with this special drawing right here. Getting outside all the spookism, this is going within the self. Remember the card and the bar and so forth and so on. The Sahu, is what we call, the spiritual body, but that's the expression dealing with Merkaba. This is powerful, family. Any more would like to comment on that as we move forward? Islam, Dr. Marvin Evans Bay. What have you to say, Grand?
Islam, gratitude. Yeah, I tell you, looking at that car, like in that bar, floating, over that figure, right? That mummified. It's just like you expressed how when we go to sleep, it just brings to mind, you have a sense of having gone somewhere, after when you do wake up. That just sheds light on that. That's what I want to say. Islam.
That's right. Islamism, brother. That's powerful. You notice the bar is bringing the car, so to speak. Go ahead. Is there another brother? I think that you, Bati Bay?
Islam.
Go ahead, man.
Islam. When I'm looking at this, and you was talking about the abode that's within. You know what I'm saying? When you're talking about how he went to the Allah, which was that paradise that was within. If you say turn yourself to the Baka or the Bakate or the Mecca, that means you are going within. That means you are always in the presence or the omnipresence of the Creator. So you are walking in the essence and the spirituality at all times, which is, as is represented with the Merkaba. And that's people not understanding what the Merkaba is. It's just really you going within to vibrate higher, and you're kind of what we call psychic self-defense, putting that dome of purity, dome of to keep all the negative things away and rotate higher. You know what I'm saying? That's what I got from it. Isn't it?
Yeah, that's most definitely a grand drawing, and we find out then now what this structure is really symbolic to. Because they got a black stone in the corner of this demonstration, but the only reason it became black was due to the hands of men, that was sinful. It was originally a white stone. See, this is dealing with alchemy right here. You know, white mean purity, purity mean God, God mean the rule of the land. But, you know, when them demonstration being to touch it and men fell in vibration, you know, all of this caused that stone to turn dark, which is synonymous with the heart of the people, or the consciousness of the people. It says that in the Grand Quran, you know, that Allah, you know, would cause one in their heart to become darkened, blind, deaf, and dumb. It sounds like three ruffians to me.
Islam.
Throwing the high self. Islam, Grand National Secretary of State.
Gratitude. And I was thinking on the same lines as Dr. Bati Bey in reference to dealing with that Baka, where it has a definition of a common name for settlement, inhabited district, place, or region. And it just caused me to reflect on the fields of peace, which is where we should be at all times, in reference to, even though we're here traveling on this earth plane, but still rooted to the God within ourselves, with a hierophant within. Islam.
That's right. That's right, Grand National Secretary of State. It don't get no plainer than that. And also, if we go to our 101s and we understand, you know, when it asks the question and it talk about Mecca, you know, and we deal with the holy city of Mecca, you know, this is dealing with that celestial garden. That same thing right there. You know, so yeah, you're right. You and Brother Bati Bey are most definitely on point. You know, and it's a powerful demonstration.
Islam.
You know, Islam, Sister Dendra.
Islam.
Yeah, Goddess and Queen.
Islam. And I would like to add, when you was talking about that pyramid, right then, and you talked about it, you said it represent the Ben. And when I think about the Ben, meaning that dot, that center, that point, that center point, and that's where we have to go within ourselves. That center point is where the great God Allah lives within us, and from the inner, we are coming from the inner to the outer, going to the outer bounds. So that's what I got a little bit from when you was talking about the pyramid represented the Ben, and also when the God man was talking about us traveling, getting up out of ourselves at night, like when we lay down to rest, and traveling to other places, and then coming back within ourselves. And I want to know more about that too, because when you're talking about that, I'm thinking about how does the dreams and things, you know, how do all of that play, and especially the dreams that you have that kind of be like on a nightmarish type thing. But I know we're not into that right now. But I would like to maybe have to have a tutoring on that outside of class and get a clear understanding on that, because to me all that ties in to that also. Islam.
Yeah, Islam. Yeah, a lot of that comes from the back of the, you know, in what we call the reptilian brain.
Oh yeah,
You know, yeah, lay dormant. That's coming from the back of it. If you go into the Egyptian adept rite of self-initiation and speak of the secret place of God, you'll see every different area where the dreams come into play at. Like I showed them on our class last night.
Right.
And yeah, they'll tell you exactly what activity go on where.
Oh, okay.
Islam. Well, all right. That's what I'm talking about. But yeah, these are words, family. We are showing you the sound shift between the B and the letter M. You know what I mean? Baka, Mecca, you know, and Becca, Rebecca. So it's the same thing here. Like we see the word Mar, and this is definitely dealing with Amen, you know, but Mar is also mentioned sometimes as Mir, M-E-R, but it's still the same thing, just being substituted with different vowels. See, this one has the A and the U here, but then sometime we'll see it as M-E-R. How do we know it? When we go further, we can see that this word was inherited by, you know, the Moorish gods. Mari, right? We already demonstrated, we ain't got to go into that, but I'm talking here when we say Mir. This goes back to what we was talking about last night when we speak of being a temple of perfected man. See, this connects us back to the Ben stone, so to speak. or the capstone. Notice it says Mir also means hero, brave man. A lot of people like to say Mir ain't got nothing to do with people. Well, what is a brave man then? Is that an animal? I mean, am I missing something somewhere? But nevertheless, Mir, Amen. But it's not strange that the word Amen we've seen come to surface in both the Hebrew and the Arabic language and the English, you know, when it come to ending prayers and so forth and so on. You know, so when it speaks of that, and we go back to our questionnaire and we talk about, well, what other name you give truth and holy breath? So if we talking about being all up there in Mecca, it says, what have you to say about the holy breath? All we can say is great is good. It was, it is, and evermore to be. Amen. You see, and that goes beyond just saying amen, so be it. You know, this is going right back to the expression of this temple, a pyramid. We're going to get into that in a minute too, even further. You know, this is why we speak of know ye not that ye are the temple of God and the spirit of God dwelleth within you. You know, and if any man defile the temple of God, him shall God destroy, for the temple of God is holy, which temple ye are. This is you, the mirror, the pyramid. You see, priests of Amen, high priest of Amen, Amen Ra, Anu as well. You see, that's why we ask, well, can the higher self pass away? No. Why? Because it is a law in man. Amen often means hidden. So when it comes down to it, at the essence of your being, you know, the great God Allah is at the essence of your being, though it may be hidden from the carnal eyes of a carnal man. And this is where your boldness, your braveness come from. You see, not hero in so much say, but really Heru. You see? And then it even confirms this Amen that we're talking about, because it talked about it in the book of Revelation. To the angel of the church of Laodiceans, it writes, these things says the Amen. So that's not talking about just saying so be it. This is talking about a principle or personage of expression. Thus, these things says the Amen, and the faithful, the true witness. And this word Amen is connected to the word faith in both Hebrew and Arabic. A-M-N and I-M-N. Iman, faith. Aman, Aman, the true witness. The beginning of the creation of God. So this is powerful. You see? When you go back to that point, or that bin like the sister Dendra was talking about, the circle, the point in the circle. That dot in the middle of the bot, so to speak, as they call it. You know, we don't even have to go over that right there. Well, we will go up into this. Now we get into the English expression of these words. You know, Mirnut, which means governor of the town. This is M&R dealing with the word mir as well. Now think about everything I just said and look at these definitions, because they do branch off from each other, even though the words, you know, are expressed in different ways. Merhert-ut, which is overseer of the courts of justice. Murderkat, director of public works, clerk of the works. This is basically mayor. Mir give birth to the word mayor, chief magistrate. We just showed our family this. Now, how does this relate to that same structure, that temple that we were talking about last night, or the temple of perfection, the pyramid, the temple that we just read about in the, you know, dealing with reference to the Piscean record? No, you're not there, the temple of God. Well, in basic definition, they say, well, this principal officer of municipality is a chief magistrate of a city and borough. We see the connection there. Then they change up the words and everything here, but then it says greater, superior, you know, great, large, big, abundant. You know, when they get into those definitions, figuratively, great, mighty, grand, important, you know, in reference to dealing with being a powerful individual. We can see the usert, you know, actually present in this measure, but we can also see, you know, the connection to that great and mighty structure. These temple walls are high. So how can anything come up in here? Talking about overthrowing any chief magistrate, you know, executive ruler, who knows that they are who they are. You can't do it. I like the closeness of this to Mag too. the Moorish American government. But that's a whole nother measure. But we are a pyramid nation. So anyway, again, we see the alternative forms of this name, and we showed this the other night, and it goes through many different changes and form. This is why you cannot underestimate etymology. There's your mirror right there. You know, even though this is English mayor, it comes from the word mirror. You see, again, when you look at all these different changes in the words, pay attention. Mare, mirror, mirror, major. So we understand what the word major means, how that becomes a rank in people's different armies and brigades and so forth and so on. Ma'iri, which is a head of a city and town. Mirror, see, it's here. It's here. So is there any more that would like to speak on that special draw? Looking at the connection. And there are many more than that. That's just one that I pulled. Islam?
Islam, Dr. Shaheed, Brother Leroy is on again.
Yes, sir. Brother Leroy?
Islam, yeah. That's how just listening, you know, speaking about the M of the R, Mir, and More, Mar, M-A-U-R, and we always say, you know, that priest of Heliopolis, or Mar, or More, ancient Marians, or the Mari people, you see? And so, in saying that, when y'all was speaking about the Ben, right? And maybe reflect on, you know, a little research I was doing about the, you know, Ben visited Heliopolis, you know, I think it was once a year, and representing a new cycle, you know, of rejuvenation, you know, and saying how so who was the socialist or socialist who was the pharaoh of the 12th dynasty, he built city of Heliopolis, and so, and we look at the word Neb, or Lord, the Master, and we go to chapter 1, Most Holy Quran. We as spirit man were created to be Lord of the plane of soul and Lord of the plane of things made manifest. The word Lord just simply means governor. So, and so we mean that's Ben, we planting that seed, you know, within our with these lessons brought forth by Holy Prophet, within our own Heliopolis. We were building our own city of the sun, that plane of soul, just with these holy divine instruction brought forth by Holy Prophet, you know, no means in this era of time, you know. So it just made me reflect back on that, taking everything back, you know, to the self, back to our ancient committee and teaching.
Islam. We give honors to you, brother, you know, for the measure, you know, praise be to Allah, and want to most definitely keep the drawing on the manifest in relation to the words as well. But we give honors to the drawing you brought forth. You know, so the whole purpose of me showing these things, again, is to show our people how to identify, you know, the sound shifting in the words that's taking place here. You see what I'm saying? So we give honors to you, brother, for that drawing. And we gonna make it plain in just a second right here. We even showed the connection to the word mirrorware, you know, where they use this as the terminology of bull deity of Kemet, you know, and these are all principles, you know, Kemir, Amur, Amar, as you just mentioned with those words. And so there were many different instruction that was given in relation to mirrorware. But the main thing that is being referred to about this special principle is the strength of the bull. You see? And these are manifestations of not only Amen, as we spoke. You know, Amen expressed the vigor and the vitality of, you know, mirrorware, the bull. We also see Amen is connected with Mir, Amur, Amar, right? Then we have Ta. Is also demonstrating this. Actually, in order for creation to come into being, this took power. So in the creation teaching of Ta, you will see this being expressed, this vigor, this force, this vitality. You see? Also being an expression, you know, of this sacred bull principle in Tehuti as well. So all of these things are in connection, and it even goes so far as to speak of the Mari and show how they venerated with respect that of the ancient bull, and also, this actually spoke of one of the grand principles under Amen, that was actually very well respected by the Mari people, so to speak. So that's another measure. And that brings us here. People thought I was crazy when I came up with this chart right here. They couldn't stand it. When we showed how, this word mir, mera, meru, mari, mero, meroi, more, M&R, all of this has to do with sound shifting. Now that we see this, it makes sense to those who know. This is not strange. We even showed Meru or Meroi as they came forth from Cush and Mar, Mera. These are actual people and tribes that come from these particular ones. The Meru Meroi would be known as the Seba or the Sabian people. Going back in the language, is Seb is the father of Alsa, S-E-B, Seb, right? Geb often being referred to, a Keb, so to speak. So then you had the Hikapta, which is where, the concept of Egyptian come forth. Because you had your Kamites, but then your Egyptians come forth from your Kamites. A lot of people don't know that. Because all these four are the seeds of Cam, which they call Ham. You see, so all of these would have been Kamites who came forth demonstrating their own particular tribes and different nations and the seeds that they brought forth. So Mar and Mera is directly from Mesurah. The Mari and the More is directly from Put. You see, in Numidian, or in Numidia, right? Then Kanana, is directly from the Amari, Amari, which is Amaru, the Mu'aba. You see, Moabites, Canaanites, right? All of them coming from Cam. Now you would see them drop the K and then they have Ham up there in other circumstances, but the sound shifting again is real. We had somebody try to come up one time and try to say, well, what's the name of these rivers in Hebrew? To try to go in opposition to this acronym, that fell out of the divinity, into the manifest of my thought pattern. And we were showing our people how these four rivers that's mentioned in the Garden of Eden actually spell, if you take the vowels, and set them aside, really the letter Y would be interchangeable, and they're dealing with Egypt, if you ever placed it in there, you would definitely see Egypt there, but this is the four rivers. Just like the 5 books, demonstrate Leviticus, Exodus, Genesis, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. But that break down into the word legend, which mean that these books, the 5 books, the Pentateuch, are really a mythos. But nevertheless, same thing with Elohim and Elohim, ELOM, Eagle, Lion, Ox, and Man, all that type of stuff right there. But nevertheless, up here, Ad, and we know the D is interchangeable with the T, so Etin. I actually have some measures going back to Aten. Aten is, the Atlantis in ancient Kemet. But you have Atlantis, Talantis, Atalantis, Ta. Right? The name even that Noah had, because this is Noah's original name here. His name is Menachem. And we just placed Mina here, you see, which is also in the line of the ancient Kemites, you see, which is the father, of the Kemites, so to speak. But the Menachem is actually dealing with the name of Noah that has to do with where his ark was said to rest. And that's where his name Noach comes from. It comes from Noach, Akna, Noach, Menachem. This is a powerful demonstration here. Because when we see this, family, it becomes very plain. Especially when you look at the word Kemetically. Look at Minnu, which is also synonymous with Minna. Kim, the god of procreation and generative power. Now, don't that sound like, one that is on the manifest, Noah himself, who come forth to basically represent his people? Procreation is what he had to do in order to preserve his people. Kimenu, Menokim, Menachem, which brings us back again to here. You see? Any more would like to make a statement in relation to dealing with that draw? Islam, Grand Man.
Islam. It's Dr. Bati Bey, our territory. When looking, really, I was looking at the fact that the word, when you go into Mecca and all that, Baka and all that that demonstration, it was that it says mayor, and it lets it details more further why the prophet in the divine origin of the Asiatic nation, he said the keys of civilization was in the hands of the Asiatic nations, the Moorish, who were the ancient Moabites and the founders of the holy city of Mecca. So when you think about mayor, that's a custodian, that's a vanguard, that's somebody who is in their natural spiritual self, the ones that are supposed to bring civilization to the world. And now we're living in uncivilized times, that it's time now to do that. And you're seeing the ones that were actually being the custodians. We had Manaka, all the ones that you have, Kush, Mesera, Put, and Kanana, and those imageries of the people that were the custodians at that time, and so or even just standing firm. So that's what I see. And then we also look at the word M and R, mean beloved, from when Mustafa Gadala's teachings. So the beloved is the ones that are stand firm, that are custodians and the vanguards, and so with that, I leave as I come in peace.
Islam, and that's very correct, my brother. Because the word does go in beloved, and we finna show you that in just a second here. It has many different measures, because we had those who wanted to take certain definitions and claim those definitions, the one that sounded negative, all that stuff there, but they don't like to talk about mirror when it means love, or mirror when it referred to a superintendent of the land or a ruler of the land, and so forth and so on, which is some of the things that I pointed out, because I'm actually working on the books that I was telling our Moorish kin about, and I touched on that. Matter of fact, right here, being that I got it open already, might as well open it up. I was talking here about that when I started off. I came here in my introduction, and I went through the sound shifting process, because that's how I'm gonna demonstrate when I go through it to try to make it plain. I said excerpt above provided by the Egyptian ADEPTUS Research Sultanate, and you see that's the same image we went over earlier. But it says, who were M and R, which is Mar, Mir, Mera, Meri, Meri, Meru of ancient Kemet, because all of these names were used in reference to some area. So it says Mar, the grand hierophant, Amun, which I had pictured above. It says, from the above, we can see that from olden times, since time immemorable, the title derived from the root M and R, transliterated as Mar, was conferred upon Amen, Amen, Amin, Amun, Amun. See, I'm going through the sound shift there. It says, himself being one of the oldest Neteru to be venerated since the acceptance of the ancient Comedian practice of the adept deification of man. This practice continued in the succession of those who were initiates, right, became high priests of this order, who followed the traditions of preserving the universal laws of Ma'at under auspices of sacred teachings of the ancient rite of Egyptian adept masters. Mir, the title of high priest of Amun. It is universally embraced that the high priest, let's see, I got a little hiccup there. It said, who came through the line of the succession as the heir apparent of Amen, received the title Mir in reference to their station of inheritance. Mir, in transliteration of Me'er, right? It says, as their station of occupancy, it says, is also linguistically traced to the root M&R, whereas Mir is often translated as gods and goddesses, keepers of the seal, sheiks of tribes, chiefs of caravans, inspectors of dignitaries, overseers, are beloved of Amen, 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 Amun, Amun, right? From the Egyptian adept perspective, we refer to such one as the executive ruler, or the love thought of the great God Allah, known as Necher in the Per Imheru books of coming forth by light. You know, and so then I go and show them, obviously, some of the same titles that I was showing here. You know, the chief of the house up here. You know, scroll over here a little bit. Hold up. Take it down a little bit there. Yeah. Your chief of your house, that's over here. Your steward. You know, all this is referring to people. Governor of the treasury. You know, Meru Ma'al, overseers of the sacred property. You know, chief of the royal cabinet, Meru Makin. You know, Meru Minmin, which is overseer of the cattle, a port master, harbor master, Merit. I mean, we can go into all of these definitions. They definitely talk about people, family. These are most definitely talking about some people. Minus doubt or contradiction. Even the concept of dealing with, you know, Khatam. You know, we spoke of the Khatmanites. You know, Mir Ketimu, overseer of the seal, keeper of the seal. Ketim also being rooted with the name Katam, seal of the prophets, as they like to say in the Grand Quran. I mean, goodness gracious. What more is there that one needs to know? You know, how you gonna deny all of that? But even still, we still got some that will. Y'all see them right now. You know, just for the sake of opposition. Don't even know what's going on. So anyway, this is the key right here. This is what I was getting into. You know, right here. And this is in what they call the Wiktionary. I'm gonna show you something they got in here though. Now they deal with the etymology of M&R. You see that, right? M&R, these are variations of M&R. Watch this. And I'm finna bring it all the way up into the English language as well. So it says etymology, highly disputed etymology, right? It said hypotheses include. In other words, you got people that want to attest, you know, that this is not so and they want to go against, basically. But everything we laid out is going to prove everything to actually be exactly what it's supposed to be. So they say Proto-Afro-Asiatic, right? Meaning these languages deal with languages that come from, you know, a portion in the Middle East going over to the Nile Valley civilization all the way over into the Northeast and Southeast Africa as well, and Northwest, Southwest Africa. So notice they got the word Amara, which means a heap of stone, a mound, a waymaker. Remember I was telling y'all about Mir and the pyramid? Right? Is not the pyramid considered a heap of stone? Now here they say dividing wall. This is still dealing with, you know, stone or brick or concrete, so to speak. Then they have Amir, which means treetop, mountain, summit, right? Then they have, you know, Proto-Asiatic, which means to be raised, high, long, which is rim. It says cognate with Proto-Semitic, Rayam, you know, Rayam, abundance, hill, Tomus, Tomulus, step, M&R, a heap of stones again. Proto-Afro-Asiatic, the cognate with Teshelith, which is Emiri, a heap of stones, a dry stone, wall of dry stone. All that is talking about a structure that's being built up. So we see how the etymology in all of these languages, though they be different languages, they all still referring to the same thing. Amara, stone buttress of the terrace field par itself. You know, Central Atlas, Tamazight. And that's actually the language that's over there that they're using now in Algeria. Amiran, which is a large half of buried stones that mark the property of boundaries. It's more like a wall, you know, Mufa Gudur, which is Meri, a low stone terrace wall. Then you have M, W, and R. You see? Mora. And all this again goes to a tower, a high place, Mara, a plateau. Look at that. In all these different languages now, all over, everybody basically has some connection up in here. We done seen, you know, the Akkadian, the Hebrew, the Arabic, and some African languages. All of them, though they have different definitions slightly, they all still dealing with the context of the same thing being mentioned. And then look at what they go here to. They take you to the mirror, which take us back to the definition that we were dealing with earlier when we went here. Where is that? When we were speaking of this. This is that heap of stone. This is the pyramid. You see what I'm saying? Come on, family. That's etymology. Tracing it back. Look, it even said right here. Pyramid, monumental building from the pyramid text through the Said periods. They even give quotations on this demonstration. You see? Mirror. See? Now, heap of corpuses they also have, which is Rairi. That ain't mirror, that's Rairi. Then they give another mention. Know how I was just showing how in that one chart that I showed y'all a few minutes ago, how that M and R was carried throughout each dynasty? I didn't know this right here that I got right here when I created my chart, but basically they're demonstrating the same thing. They're showing how M and R was present in the Old Kingdom. M and R was present in the Old Kingdom, New Kingdom, all the way up. You know, M and R has been present. You see, etymology too. Now, this is where it get interesting. And this is where I'm finna pull my English out and show you how it goes even further into the English, these words. Now, this etymology is dealing with a river, a channel, mir, right? River, which is Eri Miri, which is a river stream, right? Then you have Endemi, which is Miri, river. Possible Semitic cognate is Sabian. It ain't strange. We know who the Sabians are. We just spoke on, which is part of the irrigation system here. Cushitic cognates, you know, also deal with what they call Barena, Aramo, Miri, watering trough, right? We also have in Samai, Miri, which is a pond. In the Chadic language, Miri is a river. In the Muksum, Mira is also dealing with a lake. So we can see there's a word, you know, also used in connection to Mir that deals with, you know, rivers or lakes. We're going to get into that in a second. We're going to show that to you. Well, since we already there, we might as well do it right now. Matter of fact, since we already there, better yet, I actually had this already open up here. So I go here and pull this demonstration out. So look here. Now let's go all the way back into Kemet. We just showed you the definition dealing with it, the water and all of that right there, right? So now when you come here, you see the word mir in Kemet, then it comes into a collection of water, lake, pool, cistern, reservoir, canal, inundation, flood, stream. That's really all I got to bring for, you know, but I really have more. But look at the expression here. The same word mir that exists here also carries over into many different languages, as we just showed you, you know, going throughout, you know, the different cultures, you know. So when we put this stuff out here, like I keep telling our people, the etymology is proof. There it is right there again, dealing with a canal, ditch, waterway, pond, pool. See? Metal libation bowl. This is definitely dealing with water. So there's a connection between, you know, what we have is Mir being a temple, Mir being a man, Mir dealing with water. All of these are different definitions, but they still have a relation because they're in the M and R. You see? Big facts. You know, water is synonymous with knowledge as well. You know, that's the age we came in when we came out of the age of Pisces, the age of Aquarius, right? The age of the mirror, or did I say more? So it's the same too with this word, carried all the way up from pre-dynastic Egypt, all the way up until now. It ain't strange that when they talk about pre-dynastic Egypt, you hear them talking about the Olamari. You know, the Olamari pre-dynastic existence, or they speak of there's also another measure that they talk about in the prehistoric time, but all of this at the beginning. It's not strange also that the oldest text, you know, to be written in hieratic was written by Mareri. This M&R is just popping up all over the place, dealing with people, places, and things. I wonder why. Again, they have the connection here. You see the same way, you know, the M&R and the W&R. So Islam, is there any more that would like to make a statement in reference to dealing with that?
Islam,
Islam, grand man.
Islam. If you know, the thing that popped in my head when you started relating to more to water, thing popped in my head was the primordial waters. And if we're looking at the primordial waters, that means that shows the I would say the spirit pool of all things that's in existence. If we're looking at it like that, so when they're referring that even to being knowledge, if you meditate within yourself, everything will come to you. You gotta you gotta knock, and then the doors will be open. So you got to tap within yourself, which goes back into you. Once you get to the point where you understand that all knowledge is within, you will see that you are the vanguard. But you have to get the point in reaching the door is realizing that you are the vanguard that got to knock on the door to open it, or to get to the point where you can reach the vanguard to knock on the door to open it up, so this knowledge will be given unto you. And that, you know, this is way deep, deeper than I thought.
Islam, and I remember reading often, Islam is a vast ocean of knowledge. You know, I remember reading that a lot in the Orthodox text. But Islam, Sister Ginger.
Islam, and to add to the God man when he was talking about the primordial waters, and you said the water representing knowledge, and but when you doing the etymology of the word, and you talking about that MR just keep popping up. I mean, I don't understand what's so hard to understand about that, and of course we know that we are the ones that gave civilization to the world. We was the first ones here. I don't I don't know. I don't understand why it's so hard to understand where we coming from, and especially like you say, when you're doing that etymology of the word and that MR, that it keeps popping up, and going back to our teachers from our prophet in the book of Ali, how he breaks all that down. Talking about Lemur and Muri and all of that. It's just amazing to me. Islam.
Yeah, it's called the miseducation of the Negro, Sister Dendra. Yeah, Islam. That's what's going on. Islam, and we showing you now, it's finna get real cold-blooded in a minute when I go to pulling up these English definitions. And they're going to say the same thing that all these foreign definitions said. You know what? This is what our Grand Secretary of the State was asking about earlier, what we're finna get into. We showing it now, but we finna remove all doubt when we go to the English dictionary. You're going to never look at it the same when we go to it after this. Islam. I think our brother Marvin Edward Bay trying to get it, but you got something else you wanted to say, Sister Dendra?
Oh, no, I was finished. Islam. I was just agreeing.
Gratitude. Yeah, that's that miseducation of the Negro. We can see it present right now. Islam. Brother Marvin Edwards Bay. That's you, brother, trying to get in there?
I wasn't, but
I don't know why I heard you.
No, I was really just reflecting over on that chat, you know, and you had one particular brother that's continuing kind of bombarding the chat with
yeah. I'm letting him stay over there. I get all that garbage up out of there when I get done. I seen it. We ain't giving it no light. That's just a prime example of what we was talking about before.
Right.
Islam.
Well, but yeah, that MR, you know, yeah, it continually as the goddess was saying, and as you were pointing out, how it's just manifesting over and over and over through the ages. And like the brother was talking that primordial water, you know, and stuff. I mean, it's all the Moors. I mean, in all of what we've done, you know, I mean, through, you know, all of the different ages. You know, I mean, just no doubt what we've brought on the manifest. Yeah, that's what I would like to say. Islam.
Yes, sir. Islamism. Now, so we done seen a word that not only corresponds to the word pyramid across all languages, but we just seen the same thing dealing with the M&R in relation to dealing with water across all languages. You see, everybody can't be lying now. I always have to drop that one in. Everybody can't be. That's called consensus.
Islam.
Islam, Grand National Secretary of the State.
You know, just giving honor to this class, giving honor to the prophet, because when you were speaking about the miseducation of the Negro, and I can recall early, before I even had knowledge of Moorish science or our prophet Noble Drew Ali, just in trying to trace myself back when you kept running into brick walls, such as our people were barbarians and things of that nature. That's why it's so key to do the research, so you be what you know. And just gratitude for this class for bringing clarity, because now that the prophet and, you know, our Act 1 and in our classes here have brought clarity to the situation. That's just like if you had a vehicle. Well, when you get a vehicle, then you see everybody else is driving that particular vehicle. So now when we see the relationship of MR, now we see it everywhere, you know, because, you know, we're going to higher heights now. So I just want to, you know, just give honor and blessings to, you know, being able to go within and receive these higher ethereal lessons. So gratitude more.
Oh, Islamism, gratitude. You know, we love bringing them to the manifest, and we inspired by the Book of Fire and all of you Moors as well, you know, for bringing your measures. This is what keep us coming forth, you know, in that same vigor and power, you know, being great, so to speak. You know, goodness gracious, you mean to tell me the word more means power? It means being great. It means, oh man, we got so many different ways we can go with this. It's going to be a grand dictionary. So here we can see the next word, etymology 3, the cognate with Proto-Semitic, which is mir in Akkadian, and this is mirtu, which is young cow. Y'all already know where we going. We going to see Mirwell, right? That's another name, you know, for our National Grand Sheik Mirwell, Serapis, the bull. Powerful, right? It says Miru, young bull, Meri, fattened steer, possibly Cushitic cognates of Hadia, which is Mora, bull, Mbugu, which is Kimoli or Kimori, which is ox and bull, Omatic cognates, which is Walayata, pardon self, which is Mara, which is young bull, and then we have Omoru, which is bull. Chadic going to Mafa and Mare, sacrificial bull, Mufa Gadur, which is Mare, which is fattened bull, and then Mafa Mare, bull. Nevertheless, there's that mirror going back to Kemet again. You know what I mean? Goodness gracious. How can you get around all of that right there? So we see even the word bull is consistent throughout all of these languages now. So if you want to disagree with all of these different nations and different people that's saying the same thing, then you go right ahead. You see? But I ain't going. So when it comes down to all of this family, and we can see these connections that are being demonstrated here, we also come down and we see again it still have certain cognates. This is etymology 4. Now, a lot of adversaries of the Moors like to use this word, you know, and say this right here is the word mar. This is what it means. It means sorrows. It means stomach ache, difficulty. It means to be sick and ill. You know, they'll go and pull this out and want to apply this. And that's just mere hatred. Somebody done slipped them a hater more Mickey, and they drunk as I don't know what on their own ignorance. But nevertheless, this word mirar Al-Mura, which is dealing with a sickness. This is a connection to the word mir, but it's not a definition, that has to do with a nation or people. This is a condition, people. We all get sick. So if that's the case, if you want to put that in sick, well, okay, you become a more then when you get sick. Do that make any sense? Do that make any sense? When you get ill, you become a more, so you better not get sick, NBC. You're going to become a more. Anybody want to comment on that?
Yeah, I can see that when conditions of life start bearing down on you, you want to run to the moors for the salvation. It's not.
Oh, man. That sounds about right there. Yeah, the prophet he said you're going to be able to shoot dice on their coattail, didn't he? Islam. Any other boy want to comment on this?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Grand National Secretary of the State.
Also in that etymology 4, I saw MAFA, which I immediately thought about Ma'afa, because they had close to that word sacrificial bull. And, looking at it from the aspect of the great suffrage as well, where we were that sacrificial bull when they were starting that, the African slave trade, Indian slave trade, however you want to term it, still dealing with people of hue, but it's just not strange where they would pick the most decrepit description when it comes down to us, if you are being what Europeans say you are. Islam.
Oh man, that's powerful. You just brought forth Grand National Secretary of the State. So basically, we can look at the NBC in that especially light, becoming sacrificial bull, what we call the Ma'afa Mari. The Grand National Secretary done cloned a terminology for us to be able to identify those who don't know that they Moors. They ill, they sick. They suffering from that Ma'afa Mari degree. Goodness gracious.
It might have been that, Dr. Shaheed, it might have been the one above that.
It was the
there it is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'afa, and then it has after that Mari, sacrificial bull. Yeah.
That's right. Yes, sir. Fatten for the kill. Huh?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. But yeah, that's powerful right there. All right, you Ma'afa Mari. The NBC that don't want to get it right. Y'all better get right. Because we the only one that can hear you dealing with doctors of divinity over here in this Moorish American government. They even went, go ahead.
Islam, Dr. Shaheed, and I just wanted to point out too how you were saying that's a definition, and it just goes to show how they want to say that that's talking about the people, but like you say, that's a definition, and that's the same way they did with the hieroglyphs. They want to say the hieroglyphs was alphabets, and they're not. They're not, and they doing the same. They doing the same thing with this definition as they did with the hieroglyphs. That's a meaning. That's not talking about the people. And you then showed us everything that you showed us. It was talking about the people, except for that one definition there. And I saw the brother when he was going at you with that. I listened because I was learning, man. I was eating it up, and I'm like, but that's not it. And you broke it all down to them that the hieroglyphs is not alphabets, and they doing the same thing with this meaning as they did with that the hieroglyphs, and try to make the hieroglyphs into alphabets. Islam.
Now that's something else, you're right, sister. But see, that's when one become arrogant in their own ignorance.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When you become arrogant in your ignorance, you go to going against the truth, don't even know it. You don't even know why you're going against the truth.
Right.
You just feel a need to go in opposition to the truth.
That's
you don't know what's going on, never heard the subject matter. I don't agree with that.
Mm-hmm. Islam.
How can you disagree with something that you don't even have a knowledge of?
Right.
Goodness gracious, that's bad. especially when it comes from us. Because if anybody else put this information out there in a book, they'll be eating it up, hook, line, and sinker.
Islam, that sounds like a puppet.
That's exactly what's going on, you know.
Yes,
And now check this out. This word in demotic, M&R, connects to old COPTIC, and this is dealing with descendants. That right there just took, man, that put all that icing on the angel food cake right there. Descendants, more. Who said the Moors don't have nothing to do with it? What are descendants? Are those people or animals people? You know, I want to know. So we can see the Coptic connection to that special demonstration right there. You see? Then they had another one dealing with, you know, the M and the R that also deal with the pain and the ailment. These are the negative measures they would like to apply to our people. Now, mind you, they'll say this mean more. It ain't got a person up there, as they would say, because they claim they got to have people on there. We know better than that. But they'll apply this to us, but all them other definitions that deal with more descendants and all that right there, you know, you don't want to get involved with that, huh? You don't want to deal with that, huh? Because it connects to Amen, the God man. You don't want to admit that it can be traced back to that root, because that means that that's more ancient than what you call black. And that's what the problem is. You see what I'm saying? Little do they know now. Now, look at this. We already showed our family these things here. We're going to get into some English definitions in a minute, but we want y'all to remember some of these things we're showing you here. Now, notice here when it refers to the Mari that is referred to here, it uses Israel and it shows a man. There go your man right there for those who want to see a man in these symbols, which ain't got nothing to do with nothing. But it says Stele, a defeated Libyan king. Now, who knows who the Libyans are? The Libyans are the Puttites. Then we just tell you that the Puttites were the Mar or the Mari. Then we just say that a few minutes ago. Let us go back over here. You see, right here. This is your Mari, a defeated Libyan king. You know, not him, but the one they were referring to in the definition. Now, I don't know why they chose to put defeated Libyan king in there. Yes, I do. I'm just messing with you. They put that in there because, you know, that's what they would define that as anyway. Now, this was found on the Israel stele, right? Then they also have Maresa, a Mursa, which is a Hittite king. All of these are in reference to people that our prophet told us are ancient Moors, are from the land of the ancient Moabites and the seed of the ancient Canaanites. You see, Mari. Now watch this. This right here gonna remove all that. Uh-oh. Let me look on this map. I'm gonna blow it up real big. You see that right there? Mari, right? Now this is in Sumeria, the Amaru, right? Which I mentioned on my little chart I showed you. Now notice it says Sumeru, Sumer, Amaru, Amorite, Mar, because that's what the Amorites name. They're known as Mar, which is Mari. The ancient Moors of Sumeria, Mesopotamia, and Assyria. They don't like it when they do it like it. That kill them when I come with it like that. And I mean, how can you deny this? That look like you, Bati Bay. Yeah, that look like Brother Bati Bay right there, man. You see, he got the fez like headdress on. Definitely an ancient fez right there.
Islam.
He got the tassel hanging from a different area. But yeah, brother, that's you right there. Spot on. We done found you, more. Goodness gracious. Man, I think if you go in there, what they say, the 1, 2, 3 in the middle of the DNA, yeah, them phenotypes, man. Spot on, brother. But yeah, so, you know, this is where your alphabet system also connecting to the Kemetic system come from. There you go again. Look at that. Now, who said that these were Europeans is what I want to know. I see a cherubim and a seraphim up there. You know, one's got on the, not only the turban, but this right here is, I mean, the turban, one got the fez demonstration on. Come on, man. Stop playing. So if it say the Mari are here and we talk about a defeated Libyan king, and then we deal with Samir, we can see a connection between that. You know, we can see a connection between all those, because those are Canaanites as well, and ancient Moabites as well. That make them mad when you tell them that. You can't do this with now another nationality that our people refer. You can't do this with the letter black, or the word black, so to speak. You can't do this with the word black and trace it back like we do this. The sound shift is real. Now, this is where we're going to remove all doubt at right here. Since they love English so much, now we're going to come on back to the English. This is it right here, Grand National Secretary of State. This is what we're talking about. Now, this is the etymological root dictionary that has to do with the word more. Now, let's see what it has to say. Is there a definition for each one of these words in that dictionary? Well, we just showed you a few of them. More, which means to fasten a ship. It says in a particular location by or as by cables, anchors, late 15th century, right? Probably related to Old English mariners, mooring rope. That's that golden cord that we moor with, right? To moor, to possibly borrowed from the Middle Low German, mooring. That's the German definition. The Dutch, marin, which is to moor from West Germanic. There you go. Going back into that mare demonstration, moored, moor, amara is from Dutch. That's all of the exhausted meanings. But I got something for y'all now, for the naysayers. Oh, you can't get away today. You gonna learn today. So what do we have here? Let's get back down here in this demonstration. Now we look at these words, we see mere, swampy land, that's gonna come up too later, so pay attention. Libation tank, the basin or harbor, quay, port or harbor, what they doing? This is where you moor things to the harbor, to the port. You moor your ship in that area. Then I just give you a definition of the word moor up there in relation to mere, and we can see it's interchangeable, just like the word that referred to the man or the pyramid. Huh? Mera, flood, bodily excretion. Merit, celestial lake, heaven, the sky. Merit, meriotis. We finna see this in a minute, the relation. We just talked about the body of waters and all this here. You know what? We finna go there right now. We ain't gonna even waste no time, because we are not playing out here with these people. So let me give you this right here. Look at this. And this is actually in the dictionary too. And I just quoted it, but I got all that right there cropped out over here. And I'm showing you what the ocean was referred to originally. I showed this before. See, it says Mare Arabicum, right? That's one of the aspects, right? Then you have Mare Rubium. Then here's another one down here. They actually have it over here too. You got all of them mentioned. This is what the the actual ocean was called during them times. See it right there? Mar, all of that was being used in reference to dealing with what the lake was referred to as. But anyway, where is that? Here, go right here. This is the one I was trying to pull up. Mare Mediterranean. See, that's all referring to water. Mare Atlanticum. This is the west coast of Africa right here. You see it? Hold up. I hate when that thing jump off of there. Get out of there. I say, get out of there. Down, I say. Okay, there we go right there. Mare Atlanticum. The Mare look like canary. You know what I mean? So when you look at this surrounding body of water, it was always referred to, see it, look right here. The water is referred to as Mare. So when you talk about the ports and the harbors and mooring your ship, or mooring your ship, so to speak, family, you can't even get around that, because that's in the English and in ancient Kemet. It's just the Kemet actually has to be so happen to be more ancient, so to speak. Look at this right here. Here's another definition. Merit, landing stage, sea coast, port, quay, dam. Merit, lake reservoir. Merut. See, this make you understand when they talk about Lumeru, the Lumerians, who live, basically in the realm of the waterways. Yeah. Look at that, boat, shipping and port, riverbank. And they actually got a real definition in here too that has to do with, mooring, a ship in this same section here. All this is mostly dealing with lakes, though. Lake of the gods, lake of the gods of the horizon, or horizon, pardon self. Tortoise pools, the lake in Second Aru. We can see that they most definitely took them words, most definitely directly from the definitions. May not be straight from Kemet, but they definitely took these definitions indirectly through other languages, from Kemet, minus doubt of contradiction. Oh, and let me go back up there too, by the way. Mir Aru down here. Mir Aru is defined as what I was talking about, Second Aru earlier as well. Look at all this M&R. Look at how this dominates ancient Kemet. This is more present than any other word that you will ever find, family. They didn't even play, boy. This word probably dominate the whole of the text. Look at mir. That make me think about it interchangeable with the B Berber. So, oh man, this is something else, family. It's an honor to know the self, all the way into the beloved, priestess, the titles of the priests and priestess. Like, you mean to tell me you don't believe? Look at him. This is what really, when they went here, this is when they really did it. Heads of tribe, sheiks, good and well. Inspect the dignities of the highest kind. We went over that earlier in my book that I'm writing. You see, chief of the caravan. Come on, man. How much? Which one of the favors of the great God will you deny? These are all talking about people. So you mean to tell me you don't believe that the Moors is up in any of these definitions up here? In the ancient aspect of it? Look at this. Beloved one, a title of several gods. Mary. I ain't even got to go into it no more right there. Let me get back over here to this English. We just went over the word more. Now, they say North African, they use the term Berber. I just played with the mir a few minutes ago. One of the race dwelling in Barbary. From Old French, Mori. It says from medieval Latin, morus. And this is what they'll say. Oh, this definition come from, no, this was the native name of these people, family. You see, all the other names are names in the language that the people use. Like Marus, that's Latin. Mari is the name that comes, in its root, in all these other nations begin to give these other titles. But let's let you know that this is talking about a region corresponding to northern Algeria and Morocco, and it goes into perhaps a native name. The native name is Mari, not Maros. That's the Greek way of saying it, which they say is black. But nevertheless, we already know they're trying to say melanated or melanin drenched, as the book said. There you go again. Throughout all this measure here, family, the Italian, Spanish, everybody, even though they had their own expression for the word, they most definitely kept it in terminology in reference to dealing with us representative as a people. Everybody called us this before we was black, or called black, so to speak. Here's another definition that deals with a tract of open, untilled, or more or less elevated ground overrun with health. It says from the old Morris or morasses, swamp. Remember I showed y'all in the Kemetic dictionary, swamp land, swampy land? Yep, they got a cognate for that too. It's a cognate there for swampy land too. Come on, man. We cannot make this stuff up. They're going to say, I made the book too. I did this. I thought E. Wallace Budge did it. Here it go right here. If you think I'm just making this up. What does that say? Mere, swampy land. Which one is older? This or the English? Come on now. Like I said, you're going to learn today. Right there. So these words that people try to do selective research and pull out, and they like to use this one too. More means swamp land. No, that's just one of the words in the Kemetic land that you chosen to basically selectively poor because you don't want to admit that the Moor or the Moors are a people. And I done proved it. Now, this right here was definitely, you know, more in depth than probably anybody had ever seen it coming from the ancient and the modern. You can't deny this. To deny this right here is basically to bury yourself and go to your own grave. Here's another Miri, you know, linking to the word Moor. Pool, small lake, pond, mirror, cistern. I ain't even got to tell you, we just talked about the lake earlier. You see, Mary, also a source of Old Norse, which is Mar, Old Saxon, Mary, sea, Mare. I just showed you the sea and the lakes on the maps. And none of these things really have nothing in relation to each other as far as dealing with the sources themselves, but yet they're all saying the same thing. So the English is agreeing with the Kemetic. How can you go against that? Gothic, Mariri, lake, Marisawis, Mori, body of water. This is overkill. Largest sense of the Sea of On. The sea has been obsolete since the Middle Eastern century. You know, it says not used, where it says except in the U.S. artificially in some local names in imitation of British names. Right? And then we went here again dealing with, you know, the drawing of dealing with mooring, as we spoke of earlier again, making a ship secure in a particular place. We went over that early in the Kemetic language. Anchors, cables, moor, a place where a vessel can be moored. That's the harbor, or the quarry that they're talking about. And then you come down here, they got all these definitions that's going back to the name related to dealing with the Moor, Mauritania, what they like to call blackamoor. In fact, in the old Geneva Bible, they use this word right here so often, it's crazy. You know, blackamoor. You know, in the Bible, before the King James Version, they didn't tell y'all that, did they? To the people that's out there listening. You see, we Moors up here, you know, those strong Moors, and our officials, everybody that's online can attest to all this. They have brought much clarity, you know, in their own way and right in what they have taught as well, and y'all gonna get it today. So that's just powerful, family. I want to ask, do our family have anything they want to say in reference to this? Because we don't went to the English now. You can't deny that right there. We done showed the equivalent in the Arabic and the Islam.
Islam. You know, something caught my eye about midway the page when it tried to throw that word Negro in there, and then the next, that one. Then the next paragraph under it, where it has more meaning to die, hence dead land. And it just had me reflect the path that Europe wanted to take to bury our people in that shallow grave. You know, and even when it came down to Blackamoor, Unmoor, they threw Negro in there as well, Morisco, you know. So it just shows the mindset of when you try to deal with the remix, you know. It's
They got a I got a PDF where I actually debunked this demonstration right here. You know, we got somebody, I don't know, the Moors made them mad. So they went into the same dictionary and did some selective researching. And this is what they come up with. They want to say, this is what they headed now. Moor means dead. This is somebody supposed to be coming. It look like they from Africa, if I ain't mistaken, or somebody with a name like that. You know, but they want to tell you they took every definition they could find to come up with a negative definition. They went into the inundation, the stream, the flood, you know, all this here. But the whole context of this PDF is to prove that the word Moor is supposed to mean dead. And that shows a lot of hatred. And because they took definition from these same sources that I'm showing to you, but they didn't show you the definition that deal with, you know, emphasizing what it means to be beloved as it referred to the people. They want to choose the word Moor mean dead. So that shows you self-hatred and shows you that our people, you know, will go against their own salvation because they have been taught, you know, again, along the lines of the miseducation of the Negro. And then they come up with talking about, you know, that they dealing with the name Afu Ra, and they put Afu and Ra together and then Ka, and this is Africa. Get out of here with that. Our people something else, family. But yeah, this is a PDF right here. What is one? And I did a debunk video on this PDF as well. You know, so if Moors would like to check it out, you can go to my page. But yeah, Grand National Secretary of the State, they terrible. It's just bad. It's very
Islam.
bad. Islam, Sister Curta Bay.
Islam, and in accordance with what the God is just saying, you know, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this group of people who know who we really are, who we were, who we are. They know the truth about us, but then they go to extreme lengths, and I can understand now when what was his name, Woodrow Wilson, when he told our prophet to teach us about what the prophet had to teach, was bringing to us. It would be like putting breeches on a mule, because see, they were so confident that they had us, and especially when you got people like you say, people like us agreeing with what they done put out, and not even doing their research, not even doing no research. They just gone along because a European said it, because that's what the way we was programmed to do. If a European said, oh, that's Bible right there, you know, that have to be the truth. And you got our people going along with them, and then you getting out there teaching it. And here we come along, you know, innocent people like myself and stuff, you know, not knowing no better. We think that they telling the truth. But lo and behold, the great God Allah sent somebody like you to come and teach us and show us the truth. Take us through from the beginning, how the alphabets, how they started. You took us from the beginning and bringing us on up to how they remixed it and everything. You then showed us all this. That's why no wonder they trying to come against you. No wonder they trying to disagree with what you're saying, because a lot of them, brother, got the National Assistant Grand Chief. I think some of them know the truth. I really do. I think
Yeah,
some of them really know.
Yeah. Some of them sworn to keep it hid.
Yeah, like you said, yeah, they sworn it, and I think I read that in the Zooming of a Nation when I was reading somewhere, when we was reading the reading you had us to read. Yeah, they've been sworn, and I mean they are willing to die with that secret to keep us from knowing. But lo and behold, they thought they had us, but see, they forgot that the great God Allah is leading on, and victory is assured. And man, this is just wow. It's powerful. This is so powerful. Islam.
That's right, Grand National Secretary of the State of South Carolina. You know, and you can see it here. Look at it, like you say, this one went to great lengths. You know, misery, wretchedness. You know, poor man, oppressed state. You know, they doing all this right here to come against the Moors because they want to use the word black. Ones that go do this, ignore the truth now, go over everything, and then just to come against the Moors. And this is the information that they being fed out here. This is that garbage, you know, that they getting. Look at this. This is somebody that hate themselves. Now look, they admitting right here, just like I said, the Libyans, you know, are the people. We know Berber is a misnomer. You know, the people who don't have it, they need to get that book. You know, the inventing of the Berbers. You know, and that book right there tell you a whole lot about the original Mari. But then you're going to come up here and create a word. Talking about Afro-Raka. Combine 3 different words and put them together and say this right here is who you is. Man, this is terrible, family. It's sad. It's really sad is what it is. So yeah, you know, but going through some other words, you know, as well, because we actually were really done with a lot of these here, because they basically saying the same thing that we already went into. But going into the other words that I had up here, like the word Mahdi. You know, they talk about the great Mahdi is the rightly guided one, but that word Mahdi comes from the Egyptian word Mahi, which means to direct, to supervise, right? And you see it here in the Hadith of Prophet Muhammad. You know, it says, I have 5 names. This is Muhammad saying this. Muhammad Ahmad. Ahmad is the word that was translated from the word comforter. When he said, if I don't lead, the comforter won't come. In the Bible, the Piscean records, which is also revealed in the Gospel of Barnabas, Ahmad. I talked about this recently. But it says also, he said, I am Al-Mahi, through whom Allah will eliminate the kufr. You know, Mahi becomes Mahdi, which is rightly guided one. But what they don't know is, see the word Mahi here? And notice, they actually have it spelled, Mahi spelled the same way as it's spelled in Egypt. Look above the letter A. You see the slash above it? Look beneath the letter H. And you see the dot beneath it. Then you see here, Al-Mahi. So this is an actual Egyptian word that's translated in the Arabic language. Huh? We can't make this stuff up, family. What's the real measure dealing with to direct and to guide? Because the word Al-Hadi, which is an attribute of Allah, means the guide. So it says, Allah himself says, indeed, it is Allah, the guide of those who have believed to a straight path. He speaks to man through man. He guides man. This is why they call the Mahdi the rightly guided one. You see? Then you have, and thus we have made for every prophet and every enemy. That's Quran, Surah 22, Ayat 54, Grand Quran. This is also another measure. It says, and thus we have made for every prophet an enemy from among the criminals, but sufficient is your Lord as a guide and helper. That word guide again is Al-Hadi. You know, Allah is the true guide, and he guides man through man. You know, so all of those who have come to try to teach the people in some type of way, you know, they are rightly guided if they moving in the light of the great God Allah. But some people like to do things their own way, you know, and then that's when you move outside of the guidance of the great God Allah. That's a whole nother measure. We ain't gonna even go there right now. You know, here's another word. We have Matin, which is roadman, chief again, of tribe, and a sheik here as well. Methinu, one of the bodyguards of Ra. So Methin and Methinu brings us into Mathinu in our Moorish Holy Quran. You know, that is special one that is on the manifest teaching the people, leading the people. It means in the Coptic origin, it has to do with I am learning, hikapta. I am getting into the truth. In other words, I'm getting into it being what I know. I'm learning, Mathino. Mathino was a master teacher though, huh? So he was teaching and learning at the same time, huh? I like the sheik say, I'm gonna learn you something today. Yeah. So Islam, you know, if that ain't a sheik right there, I don't know what it is. If that ain't, you know, a God man, you know, that's learned well his lesson and taught it back to us and living it, I don't know what it is. If that ain't one of the bodyguards of Ra, or Allah, Swift Angel #1, defender of Moorish miracle, I don't know what one is. But look at this, how you go through this language. We have the same definition here, just in relation to dealing with the word sheik or sheikh or shayuk, because that word is actually used in the Grand Quran as well. You know, in the surah right here, it actually give it. You know, it has to do with shayuk, old man, age, advancing years. In other words, being wise. You see, these are all the surahs where the word shayuk is used. In the Hebrew, Shekinah is used, and this is called the presence of God in a place. So this means that a sheik and Shekinah being connected to each one of each other, you know, this deals with indwelling Godhood. That's what make a sheik really a sheik. But we see the connection here. You see, we see it going all the way back to Egypt as well. You see, Mathinu, master teacher. You know, even the word, you know, that is dealing with what they call neket, strong. It means white here, right? It says also dead. You know, then it goes in the aspect of white of color, but then it says dead, black of color. I see a connection to the word necro, but I don't see where they tie in the word white there and make that dead. because that don't make no sense. You know, but we gave a measure here in comparison to what our prophet said in the questionnaire. You know, neck. You know, here's a measure I transliterated where I came up, you know, with the numbers like we normally do, and I came up with Dhikr Zethu, which is Seker Sahu. Zeker Sadhu. You see, I went through all these transliterations and broke all this down. It's really talking about, you know, above the neck, you know, we have within us our what we call the Akashic records, or the Book of Allah's registry of remember, whichever name you want to give to it. You know, this is powerful. And then I quoted from the different scriptures, you know, about Malachi 3:16, the last book of the biblical Old Testament. Those who feared the name of the Lord spoke one another. He gave attention and heard, in the book of remembrance was written before him. The word zikr or zikr is used as remembrance, the remembrance of Allah. That's why the Quran is called Kitab al-Zikr, the book of zikr, the book of remembrance, right? But metaphysically, the book of remembrance is above your neck. You see? It says, not enough for them in the Grand Quran, we have sent down to thee a book which is rehearsed to them. Verily, it is mercy and a reminder to those who believe. The word zikr is used right there. The Moorish Holy Quran. This age will comprehend but little of the works of purity and love, but not a word is lost, for in the book of Allah's remembrance, a registry is made of every thought, word, and deed. I'm tracing through Arabic, the Quran, all the way back to Kemet. And we still coming up with the same outcome about this book of remembrance. Everybody can't be lying, family. And we can go on and on and on with it. You know, and these are the last few slides here. I've showed the family this before. You know, the Ojet, which the U is interchangeable with the W, you know, which is Wajet or Ojet. You see, Waj, you know, and we see in the Grand Quran that Arabic word has to do with, you know, what is called the presence of God. You see, how do we know that? Because it said right here in the footnote. The word translated presence, Waj, is literally the face of God. You know, it even goes further into the whole inner self or the inner being of man. That's where you meet the great God Allah at. That's where you're able to get it at. See it right here, Uchet. This is another way they spell it. The eye of Heru, or horse. The eye of Ra, strength, Uchet, the eye. You can't see with the physical eye, the corner eye, but you can see with that eye of Heru, that spiritual eye. You see? So that's it right there, Moorish kin. Powerful demonstrations. Here's even the name Yeshua. Look at Isu here, a Yesu. You know, yeah. Oh, that's been found too in ancient Kemet. Yesu in the stele of Shinwi and Hedret, right? 1900 BC. Prove Yehoshua's name is derived from the Egyptian Proto-Canaanite language. This name was also linked to what is called Yeshua's family tomb. So this name is actually written on the tomb of Yehoshua. Oh yeah. You got to go look this up, family. Let's talk about the actual tomb of Yehoshua, where he and his family was buried. All of them. Even had a son, they say. Yeah, Judah bar Jesus. Judah, the son of Yehoshua. So when they talk about that lion of the tribe of Judah, you know, that's a powerful demonstration. We'll get into it another time. Also, the word Sebagah, you hear us talk about this dealing with the code of law and the attributes of Allah, you know, and then we go into the root, Sabigatun, the attributes, sauce, as they like to say. When we go into this special measure here, family, what good is the sauce if they lost their savior? Like the Piscean record say. What good is the law when you lost your God? So this word, you know, goes back to the Sabah. You know, this goes back to the Sabamors, the Sabi, the seed of Tehudi. This also goes back to the Sabate teachings or the wisdom teachings of Tehudi. Sebegat, Sabate. There's a connection there. You know, so these are my measures, family, that I had to bring forth, just showing you these different words. you know, to bring to the manifest. We got a grand drawing because we're going to have our Moorish kin. We're going to start with the A list in the alphabets. And we'll have our family actually going to, let me pull this up real quick. You know, you can go here, for example, like we already dealt with the I degree. You come to the Neteru, for example, we can let you use this in starting, you know, and you just go through all these different expressions here, get 7 of them. We're going to take it through the whole thing. You know, we're going to use this for starting. We'll go into the rest later. Let's click on E.A.R. and A since we spoke on them earlier in the beginning. This is another expression of E.A.R. that I showed you. And look at what it says about the roots and the connection of this, right? We don't care nothing about the symbol. E.A.R. in Gardenia is I and H, and that's the A. We know that's the letter A because we dealt with that during the demotic. Budge is Ah. I showed y'all that in what I demonstrated when I pulled up this measure here in the beginning, right here. Ah, to rejoice, right? So then you have Ja. So we see the link between the expression of the principle of Kemet and the deity Ja, or Yah, because Y is interchangeable with the letter J. So transliteration, again, we see the connection. Kemet, Hebrew, which is also connected to the Kemetic as well, and you see, Coptic, A. You have, you know, when they say Jehovah Yahweh, there you go, Yahweh, Yahweh, right? They say hee-haw, the Roman. Yeah, look, Ja, Ja, Ya, Ya, knees up. Then they went into the moon aspect. We already know why they connected that, but this we'll send out to our family, you know, so that they can get this drawing, you know, and it also have a lot more information in here. They're talking about the god of the new moon, duty. Make me think about the month of Ramadan when they be fasting, so to speak. That's a whole nother measure, family. It don't get this plain, you know. It don't get this plain right here. This is powerful. So what we want to do at this particular time, you know, I'm gonna go to our Grand National Secretary of the State, and then we'll go to our National Grand Sheik. I think he's still present, if he is, and all is well. Let me see down here. Yeah, our Sheik still there. All right. So yeah, that's what we want to do. We want to open up the floor now for our Grand National Secretary of the State. Now, so we can close this meeting promptly. It's been a grand one. You there, Grand National Secretary of the State? So say Shepsu Rakat Ma'at and Putu coming back.
Islam, close as a thought. Praise Allah. I tell you, having already risen, giving praise and honor we're due, I am so elated, so excited, ready to get into our demonstration. But I want to give you much honor, Dr. Shahid, for bringing these measures forth again. I can't state it enough that definitely the hammer of repetition is a blessing for me because it helps for me make it more a part of the self, and it elevates a heightened level of understanding, bringing forth wisdom. So and just being able to see that golden cord down through the ages, again stemming from Kemet, is such an honor. It just reminds me of when the prophet speaks about having race pride, you know, and that's what it does down through the ages, and how we influenced and that's why the prophet spoke about the key of civilization has been placed in our hands and placed in our hands again. So just giving you much honor for all of the research, Dr. Shahid, that you have done and bringing it forth, and also being able to see the hookup between what the prophet brought to us and how it hooks back with our ancient forefathers and ancestors. So gratitude more for calling me forth. Much peace and love to all my Moorish kin. Islam.
Islam and gratitude, Grand National Secretary of the State, are powerful demonstration. We give honors to you, goddess and queen. You know, they don't know how much work we put in, you know, to go and dig this stuff up. You know, you can't just find this stuff, you know, and just make it up. You know what I mean? It's all right. Let us call for our national grand chief, Dr. Serapis Amin Rael, Islam, Sheikh, Swift Angel number 9. You got to unmute, grand man. You was unmuted a few minutes ago. There you go.
How about now?
Oh yeah, there you go.
Well, we are. It just amazes me every time I get with this program, E.A.R.S, and the way we have established it, and how you are teaching from it. Remember back maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, you and I were discussing the language that our people had been, I say, attached to, and the fact that everything that we were saying was subject to a debate because we weren't sure about its origin or if we actually pronouncing it right. And we made a remark that more we could just have our language because they stole it. You just said it just now about they buried us so deep. Well, they buried the words so deep. We weren't supposed to find this. See, we weren't supposed to find this language. We weren't supposed to find our mother tongue again. And see, this shows you how powerful our Father is. And this, we continue to have faith, hope, and love to give us the ability to discern the truth and kick the falsehood up out of the house. You know, the chairman says it like this. Says I could do it like a nut. You know, get the peanut out of the shell and throw the shell away, or something to that effect. In other words, grasp the significance of how important this is to us as a people, because it's not being taught anywhere else at this time. And if it was, somebody's probably charging $500 or $600 a session to get just a piece of it. They ain't getting it all. They wouldn't get it all because people are so caught up in the give me now syndrome. But here it is in this the E.A.R.S apparatus. One, get it free of charge. It don't cost nobody nothing. I'm just waiting for the day when I really grasp what is being communicated to me, and I can go out of my school and go into the neighborhood and give ones this science that I've been blessed to be a part of and inherit, as it was my birthright. Because if it wasn't my birthright, we wouldn't be here, Mo. And so we the children of one Father provided for by His care. And this is what makes it so important and powerful. The fact that we at home and our father and mother is feeding us, you know, and they're not treating us like babies, but they don't want us to run out there drunk off of the wine or carnal things and get our head busted again. Take your time and grow more, you know, because there's more where you getting this from. More. Peace, love, and law to you all in your love to each other. Islam.
In Islam, gratitude, Sheikh, for the draw, and praise be to Allah. Islamism. Want to give honor to the scribe. You know, all of them up in here that now qualified. You know, to come forth and we bring the wisdom and the manifest as a whole. You see, this is not a job for one man to do. You see, but we definitely got a drawing that's coming up, and our Moors can't employ it in their assignment, and they bring it all right through. Yeah, because right now we're getting ready to compile, you know, all the definitions, you know, to the words and build up our lexicon, so to speak. You know, all this is necessary to show our family the connection and how they relate to all these languages. And that way we kill all the falsehood in the one breath. Praise be to Allah. Islam. All right. Yes, sir. And Sheikh, if you start speaking phone so we can't get that echo out of it. Yes, sir. Gratitude, Sheikh. All right. Well, at this time, we only got a few more up here. So we're going to open up the flow for the rest and close out with the best. Islam. Islam, Brother Marvin Edwards Bay. What have you to say, General? High Priest?
Gratitude. Yes, Dr. Marvin Edwards Bay out of the Texas Consulate. Yeah, I just want to say it's been a powerful class. You know, you covered a lot of ground. And I just look forward. You know what I mean? Grand National Secretary of State was saying, yeah, I'm excited. I mean, I'm really motivated, you know what I mean, this time around for sure, you know what I mean, to really dig in and get to work on this grand task that we're embarking upon. I just want to say gratitude for all you do and all that you have done and all that you will do. Islam and peace.
Yes, sir. And gratitude and Islam and peace to you as well, General Brother Marvin Edwards Bay. We give honors to you, grand man. And it's been an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder and toe to toe with all of y'all. Praise be to Allah. All right. Many are called, but few are chosen. All right. Any other more would like to come for Sister Curta or Brother? I see you, Dendra. Go ahead, sister.
Islam. I just like to add too that this has been a wonderful, powerful class. I really enjoyed myself. Just continuing to going deeper and learning about our heritage and our teachings and everything. But I want to make sure I understand. So are we all going to be working on the same words? You say pick 7 words, the ones that you showed about the assignment, because a lot of times when you sit it out, I still be having questions. So are we all going to be working on those 7 words, what you showed us earlier?
Well, no, they're going to be words of your choice. They're just going to be in the realm of the letter A.
Okay.
And that way we can build up. You know, some of y'all might choose the same word here and there, but that won't be a problem.
Right.
You know, and we just gonna bring them forth and bring them together. We would not put those definitions out there to the public, you know, once we go into it, because that's a part of a work that we compile and to put out there, because we don't want nobody trying to steal nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because there are people who come and try to take these things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we'll come forth and have our class and build. We just won't go into that particular area of it.
Okay.
You know, we'll deal with that amongst ourselves, so to speak.
Oh, okay, great.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Islamism.
Brother Leroy, did you want to say something?
Yeah, it's been a grand class. You know, the like the other Moors, stated, so it's always exciting to learn, and once you those who don't want to continue to learn, I mean they done dead, dead in the head, Tim and say, and you're never too old to learn, you learn from the cradle to the grave, so it's been a grand measure, and you got to good work, peace and love.
Gratitude, grand man, peace and love. Yes, sir. Islamism. All right. Brother Bati Bey.
Islam. Ms. Dr. Bati Bey, praise and honor is already given. And what I'm glad we went over is because I do got a brother that he tries to relate Allah to Alat and all this other stuff, and by getting really unearthing the basically the phonetical markers throughout the words, it allows, to not just be teachable, but to actually teach it, because people overlook when they see something common. To them, if it's common, it's a coincidence or it's a happenstance. And when you can show it spreading throughout all times and climes, you can't avoid the truth. You know what I'm saying? If you avoid it, like it was said before, if you're avoiding the truth, you're doing it because you just want to be in staunch opposition of what's going on. And this also helps with being able to, when you're looking at the words, I see how they say brother C. Kirkman Bey spoke that many different languages. You know what I'm saying? Because if you know the abjad of most languages, it's not hard to put in play the tone, the pitch, and and even words, because a lot of the things, even when I'm looking at even the hieratic, the Coptic, even Portuguese, when you go into the Spanish, the Castellana, the Mexican version, they all have words that sound the same, but in some terms mean different things. But this all get traced back to the root in Kemet. You know what I'm saying? So this is just a wonderful class. I can't wait to do this. The 7 expressions, because we got a lot to do. Islam, peace and love.
In Islam and peace and love, grand man, we give honors to you. And yeah, I had actually had a discussion with a brother, where I had to put that measure to rest. If you recall, a while back when I was demonstrating with the lion den, I had a discussion with a brother on Allah and Aladdin. We basically showed that these two different words, that have no relevance to each other. And in fact, Allah was condemning the worship of Alat, Al-Uzza, and Manat. That's why I answered the question like I did earlier when we were speaking, with our beloved brother Leroy Larry Bey. You know what I mean? Because I had already demonstrated on that measure in the past, with wands. And I actually had the depiction of who Alat really was. Alat was just a corruption of All-Set, with wings, and the goddess with the queen. I got the whole breakdown on it. But Allah and Alat is not the same. They don't come from the same cognitive root, so to speak. Had nothing to do with each other. One is pre-Islamic Arabia, and the word Allah goes back again to Kemet, to what I showed earlier. You know what I mean? So praise be to Allah. We closing this demonstration out, but we will have some measures that we're going to send to our Moorish kin in the light of the homework. And I ain't going to send that many tools, but I will send measures. You all have the old dictionaries I sent in your inbox, with a lot of the Kemetic words. So you can go through those dictionaries and use them for extras outside of what I'm gonna send to you. Just to present my screen and show you real quick what I have in store to send to our Moorish kin. Right here, of course, we're gonna send, Budge's little measure to you so you can go through there, and all you're gonna do is look for the cognates of the words that you find. Look at the definition. Just go throughout the whole A measure. You know what I mean? And really, you want to deal with the principles, or what they like to call the netaru. That's what I did when I went here. I'm going to get this website to you, so that you can go here. Once you get that right there, then you can also go and search, in the dictionary of the Quran. You got it physically, but this is an actual copy online if you wanted to use this as well, and ones can use this and do some comparative research in these definitions, because they're going to let you know what's going on. Just like I showed you the English definition, and then I showed you how they had the same definition as the Kemetic words. Well, it's going to be the same when you get into this Arabic. You're going to find a lot of the Arabic has also the same definition. That's how you'll know you got the right word. And so you're going to show the connection between all of these 7 words that you bring forth, and go in depth with your definition. But I send all that out in the homework. And last but not least, you also use this source, right here. You can use this as well to aid and assist you along the way. This is Strong's Hebrew Concordance. It's in the Bible Hub demonstration. It's got all the words. So if you want to look up the word Yah like I did right there, you click on it. We just showed you Yah was in ancient Kemet, but there it is in the Hebrew, meaning, the name for God, right? And then if you go through it, scroll up, they'll show you that it also connects to Yod He Wav. Now, if you reverse this, YHWH in Kemet is HUWI, HU and HI part itself, Huhi. That's the Kemetic way. So anyway, this is God, again of Israel, Yod He Wav. The root is Yah, the name of the God of Israel. And it goes everywhere where they use these words here, if you're interested in knowing that, in the Piscean records or in the particular scriptures over here. It gives more definitions, in relation to Yah. The throne, the song, Hezekiah, all these different books. You go on down, it goes deeper into the word, showing you that it's the same as Jah, Ea, and Yah. Remember, I just showed you that in the Egyptian thing. Matter of fact, we'll go back there. See them words there? Cognics. Like people think we be making this stuff up, calling it pseudo. There it go right there. Huh? See what I'm saying? It's that easy. It ain't as complicated as people try to make it. So, they go all the way even to the term Beya, Yah, and Yah. It ain't strange because the word Beya, represents a pledge. In the Islamic language, they say one gave one Beya. They gave the Imam Beya, a pledge, so to speak. But this is special draw. It's called the pledge of fealty. But the Beya, is a whole nother measure, because there's also a root here, Bay, the Bay, in reference to being a governor in God. You see? So that's a whole nother measure. But it's just powerful, family. So we're going to go into those things, and we're going to send them, get these things out, once we compile the homework and everything. So praise be to Allah, Islamism without the schism. And at this time, we're going to turn it over to our sister Dendra Nia Curtis Bay. It's been grand. It's been love. And it's powerful, more. I love you.
Islam, Islam, Islam. January 15, 1929, a warning from the Prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the street. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be a severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Jew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned. Go in peace, Moors, according to Act 2. Islam.
And Islamism, Moors, you know we love you as always, and praise be to Allah. Islamism without the schism.
Islam.
To all those who showed up, Divine Wisdom, Marquise L, and all the family that's showing up, you know, and we got more to come. And y'all know we got to take us out with some good Moorish vibe. We're going to come from the young seeds. Out of the mouth of babes come the wisdom. We got a grand drawing from the young seeds they did when they were just 15 years old. So we're going to see our Moorish kin with that grand drawing. They got it in them. They got it in them. Let me mute my little thing out so it don't bleed in over here.
Great class. Gratitude.
Grand class.
Grand
We
class.
love you, boys.
Love.
Moors.
Love you.
Much love.
Love you, boys.
Love y'all.
Oh, you know we love you, too. All that going.
Islam.
Yeah. I'm finna go in. Salute the North Side. Hope. To all my fans and my haters, I tell them thank you. Thank you. Thank you to my fans. Now all up in the neck. On my mama, I know my time coming, so I keep my face in. I'm very thankful. I remember from a moment. Now I'm in the studio trying to get the paper. Shout out to the real, I can't get to know a paper. But when it was just like shot glizzy, boy, my face gator. Nino Jet, Walla Loco, finna be some stars. For this record deal, boy, I'm going hard. When I blow, I'm gon' pull up in a foreign car. 12 trying to lock me up, they think I'm headhunter. I can't help that nothing sweet about the Chinese jungle. Body dropping every day like it's animal hunting. We found that hassle pressure, so we keep that pressure on us. But I'm thankful for my mama, thankful for my dad. When I get up in the game, I'ma take care of my granny. 12 got my homies, let the guys come out them gates. When I get up in the game, north side we straight. Thank to all my fans, Trail Guala finna make it. You my homie, but the next day you flipping like pages. I know my time coming, so I keep my patience. For the fans and the haters, tell them I say thank you. I'm thankful every day, like every day Thanksgiving. In the studio daily, trying to make a living. So each and every day, boy, I gotta get it. You gotta pray each and every day. We out to see it. Thank you. This a letter to the hood. If you was thankful too, You will understand and know it's good from the hard time. Trying to make a name off the block. Loco and quality at the bottom. Now we headed to the top. Now I'm knocking out the base. Why not the truck straight out the project? So the freaks are made me from the slums of the ghetto. Baby from the trenches. We was raised off in that snake hole. So all we know is get it. People dying in my city. Every day, anybody can be tested any time or any place. Buy off my grandma and for my mama. This for my daddy, this for the jungle. When I blow, you need to dust a proof of dream. Playing Sega in the bottom, wishing I could live my dream. Like Martin Luther King, I write this speech. Thank you to the streets, care about the industry. This a thank you to my fans. Put God first. Anything can happen, so be ready for the worst. I don't even go to church, but I stay prayed up. Lord, keep me in protection from these ducks. Thanks to all my fans, Trail Guala finna make it. You my homie, but the next day you flip it like pages. I know my time coming, so I keep my patience. For the fans and the haters, tell them I said thank you. I'm thankful every day, like every day Thanksgiving. In the studio daily, trying to make a living. So each and every day, boy, I gotta get it. You gotta pray each and every day. We out to sin it.
All right.
Islam.
Islamism, Morris. Peace and love.
Peace and love.